Chapter 172. The city was strictly guarded at night, but that was only for normal people. For Su Fengnian, a top nobleman who dared to fight with the Qingzhou navy, as well as a deity from Mount Lantua, he could come and go as he pleased. The guards at the gate had most likely received instructions from the king of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, and did not stop him. Otherwise, if they met, it would just be giving face to Su Fengnian. They could not hope to make the crown prince of Bailiang suffer in such a small matter. Even now, no one could say that Su Fengnian would be punished for the farce at the Spring Deity Lake. After all, it was different from the past. Right now, the king of Bailiang, dressed in a blue satin robe with 9 dragons, was in the capital. For the first time in the morning court session in the Golden Imperial Palace, this king with a different surname carried a sword as he ascended the throne. Faced with the censure of several officials, other than Zhang Julu, Gu Jiantang, and the 3 grand secretaries of the palace, Ren Tu only stood there and dozed off, ignoring all of them. As for whether or not there was fear behind his anger, no one knew. There were rumors in the capital that the king of Bailiang and his cavalry were resting at the Xiamawi Inn, which was deserted. Everyone in the capital was delighted and applauded. They all said that this was the will of the heavens, and that the unjust will find little help. The fate of Bailiang had come to an end. The Xiamawi Inn was truly deserted. In the inner courtyard, the king of Bailiang, dressed in the garb of a rich man, was drinking green and wine with an old monk in black. The wine was something that Su Shao had specially brought from Liangzhou to Graydon City. The old man in front of him, nicknamed the Sickly Tiger, had been forcefully dragged over by Su Shao. In fact, over the years, the green and wine had been sold in the capital because of his second daughter, Su Weisheng's brother appreciating the snow. However, the king of Bailiang had personally brought the strong wine for thousands of li. The gift was light, but the affection was great. This could be considered a way for Su Shao to express his attitude to an old friend in a foreign land. You, young Tai Sui, did not treat me as a friend. Even when I entered the city, you had to keep an eye on me for the emperor. However, Su Shao still treated you, old bald donkey, as a friend. That year, you treated me as a farewell. The spring chill in the capital had long been eliminated, and the chirping of cicadas did not stop. However, Su Shao still seemed to be afraid of the cold. He raised his hand and exhaled. He sighed and said, "When I left the capital, I remembered that the dynasty had 1,864 posthouse stations. Now that so many countries have been annexed, can there still be half left?" The black-robed old monk said calmly, Great Peace City, the world is at peace and stability. Why is there a need to recreate the scene of the past when there were so many posts and messages flying everywhere? Isn't that a good thing? Everyone knew that Su Shao had an inseparable feeling for the posthouse because the Liang dynasty did not attach much importance to the construction of the posthouse back then. After Su Shao took control of the military power, he proposed 10 policies. Among them, the posthouse and horse policy were developed to the greatest extent in his hands. There were also a few policies that had died midway before they could be popularized because of the end of the spring and autumn period. The elimination of the posthouse was just a miniature version. When the Liang dynasty was at its peak, it was like passing one relay station after another. The relay stations were like fish scales. Ride after ride, the relay horses were like shooting stars. Therefore, when the war of the country ended, almost all the emperors of the fallen countries were escorted to Great Peace City. During this time, when they saw a relay station 30 li away, they were all shocked by Su Zhao's methods. Many famous generals who only complained about the timing and location after losing the war were finally convinced. Because a small relay station involved many things such as the relay route, each of them was extremely troublesome. Just the planting and maintenance of the plants on both sides of the relay route alone cost the national treasury a lot of silver every year. At that time, the war was in full swing. Not to mention the incapable emperors, the wise emperors only focused on the training of armor. They wanted to spend money today so they could see results tomorrow. As an official, how could they be like Su Xiao and persuade the emperor to spend money on a 100-year plan? Su Xiao smiled. Of course it is a good thing in the short term. After 100 years, it will be hard to say if it will be a good thing. The old monk in black was a monk, but he also drank wine. He took a sip and said calmly, "You don't have to worry." Su Xiao laughed involuntarily. "I'm not a monk like you. If I don't worry, how can I face the heroes who fought with me in the past? Who won this world?" Yang Taisui frowned and said, "Zhang Julu will worry, Gu Jiantang will also worry. Also, so what if you helped the late emperor win the world? Without you, lame Su, there would be lame Li and lame Wang. You were proud of your achievements, but the late emperor didn't get rid of the hound after the rabbit was killed. He still allowed you to be the king of Bailiang. Isn't that enough?" Su Xiao said softly, "It's enough. That's why I didn't do anything after you pulled me to drink. The favor I owed you and him back then has been repaid." At this point, the old monk in black felt guilty and stopped talking. His expression was slightly lonely. When that woman first entered the world, the sword case only had 9 words carved on it: "This sword pacifies the injustices of the world." When the late emperor learned of this, he smiled and said that without this sister-in-law, there would be no Su Xiao, and there wouldn't be his great country. The dragon sparrow sword of De Liang was worthy of these 9 words. That extraordinary woman only carved the last 9 words before she died. Every time the old monk in black thought of it, he felt guilty because he was the most guilty person in the world. The old monk asked, "Then why did you still invite me to drink?" Su Xiao snorted and said, "If it weren't for my wife persuading me all those years after I came to Bailiang, saying that a bald donkey like me had difficulties, I wouldn't have bothered with you no matter how magnanimous I am." Yang Taisui smiled bitterly. Su Xiao drank a mouthful of wine and sneered, "In the next court assembly, if Gu Jiantang dares to instigate a bunch of bastards to use underhanded tricks, don't blame me for pulling out my blade and hacking him." Yang Taisui frowned and said, "Even if Gu Jiantang is empty-handed, you can't beat him. He's the #1 sword user in the world." Su Xiao asked in return, "If I hack him, he dares to retaliate. Back then, when I beheaded his direct descendant and hung him on the city wall, he dares to stop me. He didn't dare back then, and now that he's getting older and older, he dares even less." The old monk in black chuckled and said, "Seems like he doesn't dare." Su Xiao smiled and said, "Isn't that so? How was this the king of Bailiang wearing a 5-clawed python robe? He was clearly a scoundrel in the marketplace. No wonder he could raise such an unscrupulous son like Su Fingnian." Su Xiao smiled and asked, "If I really hack Gu Jiantang to death, what will you do this time?" Yang Taisui said calmly, "I've already repaid the loyalty and righteousness I owe back then. Since you can invite me to drink today, I can invite you to kill someone and leave the capital tomorrow." Su Xiao laughed and said, "You bald donkey, at least you still have some conscience." The old monk in black remained silent. No one in the world was more trustworthy than this sickly tiger. The pot of green ants was quickly emptied. The old monk said softly, "You've caused the princess to live uncomfortably in the past, and now you've implicated your children, especially that Su Fingnian. Don't you feel any guilt?" Su Xiao smiled calmly and said, "We're not a family. Once you enter a family, you won't eat a family meal. What's there to live uncomfortably? It's all fate." The old monk sighed. Su Xiao asked, "Do you know about the 6 jewels guru of Mount Lontuo?" The old monk nodded and said, "When this person first started cultivating, he didn't talk to the outside world, unlike the rest of the world. He achieved the great moksha state of motion and stillness early on. He's a great sage in Buddhism. He leaped into the 8 jewels realm at the same time as the new chief of Mount Wudong. They're both rare bodhisattvas of flesh." Su Xiao nodded and frowned. The old monk asked, I heard that this red sex Dharma king went to Xiangfan. Aren't you worried? Su Xiao muttered, how can I not be worried? She's dual cultivating with Fingnian. I'm worried, but not dual cultivating, I'm even more worried. Chapter 173. It had already been 10 days since the king of Bailiang, Su Xiao, had arrived in the capital. In these 10 days, Su Xiao had not paid a visit to anyone, nor had anyone come to the Demoyai courier station to present their name. Logically speaking, as a king with a different surname, Su Xiao should not be restricted by the rules and regulations of the clan and vassal law. Of the tens of thousands of officials in the capital, it would be best for them to curry favor with those in power. Even on the day when the results were released, quite a few officials would use the pretense of being from the same hometown to get close to those new grand scholars. Why was it that when it came to Su Xiao's side, not a single one of them showed up? In truth, with just a bit of thought, it was clear. In the imperial court, Grand Secretary Zhang led the civil officials, Gu Jiantang led the military generals, and the Green faction formed their own faction and roped in a group of stragglers. The remaining elders of the 8 parish countries supported each other, so it could still be considered a clear division. However, as the second generation of remaining young masters gradually rose to prominence, the earlier hostility and antagonism began to fade, and they began to integrate into the earlier tripartite balance of power. Among the 8 old countries, there were splits. Western Shu was the closest to Qingzhou, so most of them were absorbed by the Green faction. Many scholars in Western Chu naturally had a favorable impression of the current Grand Secretary Zhang Julu, who hailed from the Great Yellow Sect. As for the valiant Dong Yue and other barbarian lands, they preferred Great General Gu Jiantang. The latter also felt that this group of youngsters who could ride a saber and spear, as well as write poetry and literature, was more to his liking. As a result, the old Grand Secretary and the other pillars of the country of the older generation did not see eye to eye with Su Xiao. The new generation of popular officials, influenced by their ancestors and the Spring and Autumn War, would not take the initiative to side with the remote king of Bailiang. Most of them were divided between the 4 factions on the surface. Of course, if the pillar of Bailiang took the initiative to favor them, it was likely that no one would refuse this enormous honor. Hadn't the minor official of Yongzhou, Jean Lanting, relied on a letter of recommendation from the pillar of Bailiang to become an extremely noble member of the Great Yellow Sect? Su Xiao was not late for today's morning court session. When he stepped out of the carriage, he was already wearing a blue satin robe embroidered with dragons. In the past, it had always been Grand Secretary Zhang Julu who was the earliest to enter. And Great General Gu, who had always been the last to enter, and no one daring to overstep. Apart from this, as for who would be the second and third to enter the palace, it wasn't too particular. Generally speaking, it should be based on seniority and rank. However, as the struggle between the factions in the court grew increasingly intense, it became increasingly unruly. The Gu faction was mostly martial artists, and they looked down on the remnants of defeated and perished countries. They also didn't have much respect for the Green faction. The Zhang faction, which had the most influence, had always been gentle and respectful. If the 4 factions were to include the 2 variables of the foreign relatives and eunuchs, in general, it was truly a chaotic and endless entanglement. In today's court session, most of the officials learned that Great General Gu had gone to the Liao 2 days ago and was destined not to return in a short amount of time. This made many of the spectators who were looking forward to the 2 famous generals of the spring and autumn period fighting fiercely in Baohe Palace feel extremely disappointed. Perhaps because the group of tigers had no leader, the Gu faction, who were originally used to being unreasonable and fighting to enter the palace, was extremely low-key today, not in a rush to pass South Tainman. They only eyed the old cripple in the blue satin robe covetously. The Gu faction didn't make a move. The Zhang faction, because Grand Secretary Zhang stood at the door with his hands in his sleeves, as if waiting for someone, also didn't enter the palace. Known as Zhang faction's trusted civil official and conscience, the newly promoted Wuying Palace scholar Wen Shouxin, stood next to the Grand Secretary. His forehead was covered in sweat, because the Grand Secretary didn't enter the palace. In front of him, a hunchbacked old man was currently walking over the embroidered robe. Su Shao chuckled and asked, "Scholar Wen, why aren't you carrying a coffin to court today?" When Shoshin still had some courage and insight. With a heavy cold snort, he didn't pay any attention to the mockery and ridicule. Earlier, he had his old servant carry a coffin to court to ask for death, impeaching the king of Bailiang, Su Shao, for the 10 great capital crimes, begging the emperor to pay with his life, only asking for Su Zhao's death. It could be said to be a magnificent feat which of the officials and common people of the capital didn't raise a thumb. Originally, some of the colleagues within the Zhang faction who had been silently criticizing him for being promoted to Wuying Palace Scholar also became completely silent, tacitly agreeing with Grand Secretary Zhang's arrangements. The Zhang faction's influence was the most profound and vast, so if they lost anyone, they wouldn't lack anyone. As a result, the internal strife was often the fiercest. Zhang Julu surprisingly didn't care too much about this type of internal strife. As long as it didn't touch his bottom line, he never interfered. During these years, only a few people were expelled from the Zhang faction, their fates all dismal. If they weren't banished to the border, then they would never be employed again. When Su Shao saw that this Wuying Palace scholar was pretending to be deaf and mute, he patted his shoulder, saying with an amiable laugh, "The imperial court needs loyal and righteous subjects like you. I heard that when Scholar Wen was a county official, his sleeves were clean and his hands were clean to the extreme, even starving 2 of his daughters to death." When I first heard this news in Bailiang, I was already bewildered. How could this type of official only be an 8th-rank minor official? This is our Grand Secretary Zhang's mistake. Who would have thought that in just a few years, after Scholar Wen's 2 daughters died, in the blink of an eye, he would become a Wuying Palace scholar? What rank does he rank among the 3 halls and 3 pavilions? It seems like Scholar Wen should still have a few fewer daughters. If he had 2 more, wouldn't Grand Secretary Zhang have nothing to do with it? Forget about Wuying Palace scholar, even that Preservation Palace scholar would similarly be in Wendaren's bag. However, it's hard to say if Grand Secretary Zhang doesn't have many teachers. Just the death of an old Grand Secretary, yet he already has his current glory, Wendaren still can't compare. Doesn't this mean that you 2 Darren are both profiting from the dead? Ha, these words are nonsense. The 2 Darren are both magnanimous prime ministers, please don't take it to heart. When Shoshin's face flushed completely red, he wanted to curse out, but he didn't dare, feeling extremely sullen. There were a lot of Zhang faction officials who pretended to be angry, but there weren't actually that many who were truly angry. To the side, Grand Secretary Zhang Julu was over 50 years old, but he didn't look old. This current number 1 person's appearance was especially praised by others, with a purple beard and blue eyes, extremely imposing. When he was young, he was nicknamed Blue Eyes. When he worked as an aide for the old Grand Secretary, he was greatly valued. However, the old Grand Secretary was patient, willing to spend 30 years to carve this piece of unpolished jade. He didn't pull up seedlings to help them grow, refusing several promotions in the bureaucracy on behalf of his beloved disciple, to the extent where he didn't even care about the opportunity to be sent out to become a border official. Meanwhile, Zhang Julu was even more patient, spending 30 years of his life in the imperial family, neither arrogant nor impetuous, always patiently watching the court's political affairs with the cold eye of a bystander, only watching and listening, the only thing he didn't say. As soon as he left the imperial family, he became a dragon. Within 2 years after his respected teacher's death, he continuously rose 11 levels, taking over the old Grand Secretary's empty position, so much so that his position of authority even surpassed the old Grand Secretary's. Zhang Julu was ridiculed by Su Shao, but he didn't show the slightest bit of abnormality. With an expressionless face, he said, "Yang Guisher once said that if you have Buddha in your heart, you will see everyone as Buddha. If you have feces in your heart, you will see everything as feces." It is said that De Zhuguo was also present when Yang Guosher said this. I don't know if De Zhuguo heard it in his ears or in his heart. Su Xiao laughed out loud and said, whatever Yang Taisui said, no matter what you all think, except for the good things he said about me, I'll just treat it as bullshit. Zhang Julu dismissed it with a light laugh. The main buildings behind the imperial city's south gate were the 3 outer court halls and the 9 inner court halls. Among the 3 halls, the Palace of Preserving Peace was the most expensive. The common people in the marketplace called it the Hall of Golden Imperial Audience. They thought that all court meetings were held there, but that wasn't the case. The Palace of Preserving Peace was usually used for all kinds of major ceremonies. His Majesty would usually hold court in the Tianqian Palace or the Hall of Cultivation Spirit. It was probably to show his respect to the king of Beiliang, Su Xiao, that the 2 morning court meetings were held in the Palace of Preserving Peace. The roof of the Palace of Preserving Peace had a total of 18,000 dragon patterns. The roof of the Palace of Preserving Peace, the roof of the Palace of Preserving Peace, the roof of the Palace of Preserving Peace, the roof of the Palace of Preserving Peace. This was only the scale of the Palace of Preserving Peace. Spread out, the number of dragon patterns in the imperial city was innumerable. The huge platform of the Palace of Preserving Peace had the character, Earth, facing the south. Starting from the south of the imperial city, the central axis of the Palace of Preserving Peace, the 3 halls were lined up in a row. Not a single tree was planted. To meet the Son of Heaven, the imperial road was long. The eunuchs and imperial bodyguards were hidden in the shadows of the strictly guarded buildings on both sides of the road. It was as if they were the only ones walking in the world. Therefore, when the blood-soaked Su Xiao met the emperor for the first time, he was counting the number of steps to dispel his fear. If Su Xiao was like this, it was needless to say that the other courtiers who attended court for the first time were trembling with fear. Accompanying the monarch was like accompanying a tiger. Especially since the 2 successive emperors of the dynasty were both heroes and great strategists. The monarch's scheming had reached the peak of perfection. No one dared to say that they were familiar with figuring out the emperor's will. This made the courtiers feel as if they were walking on thin ice. Today, the blue-eyed Zhang Julu intended to let Su Xiao be the first to attend court. Su Xiao also did not decline his responsibility and took the lead to walk through the towering palace gate. It seemed that other than Zhang Julu, everyone had forgotten that as long as the Palace of Preserving Peace's Grand Secretary was empty, the civil officials had to respect the Great Pillar State as their leader. Chapter 174. Ever since Wudong's old chief, Wang Zhongluo, passed away, the incense that was already not much had decreased by a bit. Fortunately, the close to 1,000 old Taoists, middle-aged chancellor, and Daoist children behind the memorial arch were used to living a poor life. When the house leaks, it will be repaired. When the clothes are old, it will be repaired. When the clothes are old, it will be repaired. When the house leaks, it will be repaired. When the clothes are old, it will be repaired. When the house leaks, it will be repaired. When the house leaks, it will be repaired. When the clothes are old, it will be repaired. At this time, a young Daoist was squatting behind the memorial arch of black tortoise Dongxing and sighing. Beside him were a few mischievous Daoist children from the nearby Daoist temple. Each and every one of them were fighting over this Daoist priest to tell them some love stories from the book. This story was much more interesting than the Daoist scriptures, but it was a bit too desolate. Why didn't the men and women in the story have a good ending? Listening to the storyteller beside him nearing the end of the story, he became more and more worried. Didn't they force themselves to be beaten by their master with a plank to escape from the Daoist lesson and sneak out? Grand Marshal Granduncle, why are there so many riddles, drinking games, and poems in this book? Don't tell me they were all thought up by one person. If it's true, how much knowledge does the person who wrote this book have? Isn't he almost comparable to Grand Marshal Granduncle? A little Daoist child who had only been on Wudong Mountain for less than 2 years asked timidly. The little Daoist child was born with red lips and white teeth. He was full of vigor. Propping his cheeks with both hands, he stared at his master's martial uncle. According to reason, he should be calling him chief. However, it seemed that everyone in the book did not like this grand martial granduncle, so he still called him chief according to seniority. Nonsense, how can the person who wrote this book be more knowledgeable than grand martial granduncle? A little Daoist child who had entered the mountain a little earlier slapped the little Daoist child with a stern expression. The little Daoist child who was scolded held his head and did not dare to refute. I'm not talking nonsense. If the person who wrote this book and I were to debate about Daoist principles, I reckon he would not be able to win. However, when it comes to love and affection, I am 108,000 li away. This is the principle of specialization. In the future, when you study scriptures with your masters and encounter problems, don't think that your masters are always right. If I still say that you are wrong and you are still unconvinced, you can go down the mountain to find out who is right and who is wrong. If one day you feel that you have found the answer and that I and my masters were wrong, you can return to the mountain and tell us that we were really wrong. If you feel that you were wrong, don't feel ashamed. Remember that our Wudong mountain gate will never be closed. The young Daoist smiled and rubbed the head of the youngest Daoist. His smile was warm. Grand Marshal Granduncle, I think it's wrong for Master to hit us whenever he's unhappy. What do you think? The little Daoist asked innocently. The young Daoist laughed softly and said, when I was young, I was also hit a few times. However, now I know that most of the time, it was my own fault. After a while, I no longer care about it. Master and senior brothers are not saints without temper. It's inevitable that they will make some mistakes. In Wudong's 1,000 years of history, there are hundreds of thousands of recorded Daoists. However, there is only one statue of Xuanwu Tianzuan. We, including me, are all ordinary people. We have to allow others to make mistakes and allow ourselves to make mistakes. Don't be stubborn. Otherwise, we will not be happy. It's not easy for us to come to the world. If we are always angry, even if you are a high and mighty emperor, it will be boring. Moreover, we are born in the world. Glory, splendor, wealth and status are nothing more than passing clouds. The Tao is made of gold and the medicinal pill furnace is filled with spring. Wudong is my pillow and my pillow is Wudong. That is enough. A slightly older Daoist whispered, Marshal Granduncle, I heard that rich people eat meat every day. I am so greedy. When I am hungry and recite scriptures, I always drool when I think about it. The most handsome young Daoist with the highest seniority smiled and said, Isn't eating meat every day the same as eating plain tea every day? Qing Feng, Marshal Granduncle gave you 10 steamed buns. You were the first to taste it. How does the 10th steamed bun taste? The young Daoist named Qing Feng said with a bitter face, 10 steamed buns. I am stuffed to death. The young Marshal Granduncle laughed and said, That's right. It is the same principle on the mountain. Senior brother sect leaders said that it is better to have a high heart than a high Tao. If we are greedy, there will be no end. Before Ancestor Lu ascended to immortality, he hung a sword on Nangong Yuejiao's head. Do you know what is the most powerful part of that sword? I heard from Master that the sword can fly for 1,000 miles. It must be to slay demons and eliminate devils. The young Marshal Granduncle listened with a smile and did not say anything. When it was quiet, he said softly, Ancestor Lu seemed to have left behind the 3-foot sword, but in reality, he left behind the Tao root and Wudong. He taught us to use the Qing Feng sword to cut away worries, greed, anger, and lust. Lust? The youngest Daoist child was confused. The rest of the young Taoist priests who didn't know much were all chuckling. The book I read is called The First Snow in the East Wing. It skipped some things about men and women. The young Marshal Granduncle said with a smile. Does Grand Marshal Granduncle have lust? The little guy asked. Without waiting for the Marshal Granduncle to reply, the little guy was beaten up by the senior brothers and junior uncles. The young Marshal Granduncle rubbed his little head again and said softly, "Yes." There was a burst of surprised gasps, but no one thought that the self-proclaimed Wudang Mountain's young ancestor who claimed to have lust was not lofty, learned, or amiable. The young Marshal Granduncle laughed and said, "It is not a bad thing to know that you are not good. This is the same as us Taoists seeking the Tao of heaven. You know that it is not in my hands, so you want to seek the Tao. Marshal Granduncle, you still haven't sought the Tao?" A young Taoist asked nervously. "It is hard to say," the young Marshal Granduncle said honestly. At this time, a group of old pilgrims from Yongzhou finally walked more than 10 li of the divine path. Panting for breath, they arrived under the memorial arch. The young Taoist immediately stood up and called the young Taoist beside him to help carry the luggage. When they went up the mountain, the Taoist children skillfully introduced the scenery of Mount Wudang and the Taoist temple. The old pilgrims probably thought that the young Taoist children were amiable and cute, so they all showed a smile of vicissitudes. They walked and stopped, and their tiredness gradually disappeared. The young Marshal Granduncle knew that the younger generation would not be able to accompany them to the top of the mountain, so he let them go down the mountain first and picked up all the luggage alone. The old people felt apologetic, so the young Taoist, who did not speak much along the way, smiled and said it was nothing. The old pilgrims saw that he went up the mountain like moving clouds and flowing water, with an indescribable magical style. It really did not seem like he was pretending to be relaxed, so they felt a lot more relieved. Without the young Taoist children, the old pilgrims finally asked a slightly sensitive question, which could not be avoided from the old and new Wudang Mountain. The last time this group of old pilgrims from Yongzhou came to Wudang was more than 10 years ago. This time, it was almost the last time in their lives that they would climb the mountain to burn incense. Most of them did not have a bad impression of Wudang, but their families' descendants were more willing to go to Mount Longhu. Their bodies could not walk, but their words revealed that if they were 20 years younger, perhaps they would really go to Mount Longhu, which produced 3 state teachers in succession. When the young Taoist priest who was carrying a lot of luggage heard this, he did not say anything. He only smiled and appeared naive. In the eyes of the old pilgrims, this was much more pleasing to the eye than trying to put in good words for Mount Wudang. They slowly climbed up the mountain. When they were close to the peak, they met an old Taoist priest who was sitting and looking at the sea of clouds. The old Taoist priest finally recognized the young Taoist priest who was carrying heavy luggage up the mountain. He quickly got up and bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings to the chief." The young Taoist priest smiled and nodded, which could be considered a greeting. The dozen or so old pilgrims could not believe their ears. They all looked at the young Taoist priest who had accompanied them all the way and listened to how Mount Longhu was and how cold Mount Wudang was. They had indeed heard that the chief of Mount Wudang was surprisingly young. The main reason they came to Mount Wudang to burn incense was that they hoped to meet the new chief. They wanted to take a few glances at him from afar. It would be good to get some immortal air. No matter how Mount Wudang had declined in the past 100 years, it was still the ancestral court of Taoism that had once suppressed Mount Longhu. With the immortal Wang Zhonglo before them, the pilgrims still regarded the new chief as an immortal from the bottom of their hearts. But why is this young immortal carrying the luggage of us old men? Chapter 175. Reincarnated. After knowing the Taoist's identity as the Wudang sect leader, the old pilgrims did not dare to let the number 1 immortal on the mountain carry their luggage for them. The young sect leader could not dissuade the old people, so he could only accompany them all the way to the entrance of the Black Tortoise Hall on the Big Lotus Peak. There were few pilgrims. The young Taoist stood under a 1,000-year-old camphor tree and looked at the pilgrims holding incense and worshipping in all directions. Finally, they threw the incense into the huge incense burner. Wudang Mountain finally had some incense and smoke. He suddenly turned his head and saw a Taoist dressed in a Taoist robe outside the mountain. He held a white-tail horsetail whisk in his hand, and his hair was tied up in a bun made of boxwood. His expression was solemn as he slowly walked through the door. There was no dust on his body. Just by looking at his immortal aura, even the Wudang sect leader under the camphor tree seemed to be far inferior. The young Taoist slightly bowed to the uninvited guest. The slightly older Taoist ignored him and only looked into the black tortoise hole. He could vaguely see the magnificent statue of Jinwu Great Emperor in the hole. The statue was several feet tall, with long hair and bare feet. He wore golden armor and stepped on a black tortoise. The Taoist looked at the red bronze statue and then looked at the incense burner outside the hole. He shook his head and muttered, "Suppressing the demons and ruling the north, only Black Tortoise can stop him." After becoming the sect leader of Wudang, the Taoist quietly stood far away. He heard the Taoist's question but did not directly answer. He only asked with uncertainty, "Probably." The foreign Taoist frowned, "Even you are not sure?" The young sect leader smiled and asked, "Mount Longhu said that you are the reincarnation of 3 generations of grandmasters. They also said that back then, Grandmaster Lu split the Azure Gall sword embryo into 3 and you obtained one of them. Tell me, is this true or false?" Unexpectedly, the Taoist shook his head without hesitation, "It's false." The new sect leader of Wudang was probably shocked and was speechless. On the contrary, the Dragon Tiger Taoist priest who was in another sect's territory appeared to be overbearing. Finally, he was willing to take a look. He looked at the number 1 person of Wudang whose aura and demeanor were not as good as any of the Taoist priests in the Taoist master mansion. He asked, "You're called Hong Shixiang?" The fellow called Hong Shixiang nodded his head, squatting down on the stone steps, exchanging glances with each other. Although the Taoist of Mount Longhu in front of him had an overbearing aura, it takes 2 to clap, isn't it? The person squatting there was neither red nor white in the face, as if he had seen a guest from afar, the kind that was half unfamiliar with him. Therefore, he was neither pretentious nor warm, nor did he have a cold expression. Thus, the confrontation between the two was not as tense as before, but instead, it was as if a chicken was talking to a duck. The visitor of Mount Longhu knew that he was called Hong Shixiang. Since Hong Shixiang knew about the Qingdan sword embryo, he naturally knew that this person with a great background had the surname Qi and the name Xianxia. Other than this name being unforgettable, it was more because this person with the surname Qi was not only famous in Mount Longhu and the Taoist master mansion, but also in the entire world of Taoism. Qi Xianxia was a genius that was second to none. In the future, he was destined to be the pillar of the orthodoxy. The reason that Wudang knew was very simple. Little Wang Shixiang's swordsmanship was already outstanding enough. But Big Shixiang said that in the sect sword competition, Wang Xiaoping was only 3rd. The second place was an old senior from a blessed paradise. Both of them were suppressed by the young dragon tiger Qi Xianxia. Of course, rumors were just rumors. The truth had to be seen with one's own eyes. In Hong Shixiang's eyes, not only was the horsetail whisk in Qi Xianxia's hand a sword, even the ancient tree under the 1,000-year-old camphor was also a sword. Moreover, they were all unsheathed swords. There was a popular saying in the Jianghu, "I don't hold a sword, but I have thousands of swords." It was probably a vivid portrayal of Qi Xianxia. Hong Shixiang, who was squatting on the stone steps, sighed heavily. Look, the foot of the mountain was full of powerful people and terrifying things. How dangerous. As for why Qi Xianxia came up the mountain, Hong Shixiang was not really an idiot who did not understand the ways of the world. There were not many Taoist temples in Wudang, but there were also quite a number of them. It was inevitable that there would be some small conflicts between Taoist temples. If someone was not convinced, they would visit the temple every now and then to argue. In private, if the young Taoists lost in words, they would use their fists to reason. When he was young, he would ride a bull and wander around the mountains. He would always meet some juniors who had arranged to settle this privately, in a secluded place on the mountain. In the past, he was very happy to watch from the sidelines. Now that he was the chief, he could not clap his hands and cheer. He could only wait until the fight was over and then mediate. On Longhu's side, other than Qi Xianxia, no one else was suitable to come to Wudong. The four great Taoist masters were old. Even if they won in a war of words, it would not be glorious. Among the young Taoist masters, Mr. White Lotus was invincible in debate. However, if Hong Shixiang did not care about what Mr. White Lotus said and agreed to it, Mr. White Lotus would probably be helpless. Qi Xianxia was different. Was he really going to fight? Qi Xianxia said that his Qingdan sword embryo was fake. However, no matter how Hong Shixiang looked at it, this guy's edge was hard to resist. Qi Xianxia looked at Hong Shixiang's awkward expression. It did not seem to be fake. Although his state of mind was still calm, he had expected countless situations. He did not expect that the new chief of Wudong would be such an unambitious and irresponsible person. If he did not see Hong Shixiang carrying the luggage for the pilgrims when he went up the mountain, Qi Xianxia would have smashed the statue of Zhenwu the great emperor. This was something that could be done with a few strokes of the horsetail whisk. As for whether Wudong and Longhu would become enemies because of this, Qi Xianxia did not care at all. In the Taoist master's residence, for hundreds of years, they had a complicated attitude towards Lu Dongxian. No matter how good Lu Dongxian was in poetry and sword, he was still an old immortal on Wudong Mountain. There were countless immortals in Longhu Mountain, and there were also a few great Taoist masters. However, they did not seem to be as approachable as Lu Dongxian. Qi Xianxia had long felt that compared to Lu Dongxian, the Taoist masters in Longhu Mountain's Shao family's genealogy were more like clay statues in a Taoist temple. They were rigid and distant. They could not drink heroic wine or write soaring poems. They only looked high and mighty. Chapter 176. For a moment, the atmosphere outside the Hall of True Martial Arts was a bit cold. The older Taoist priests kept their distance, only a few naive and ignorant little Taoist children gathered together to criticize the foreign Taoist priests. In the eyes of these children, whether the young martial granduncle was the leader or not, he was still the number one in the world. Wasn't the king of Bailiang His Royal Highness domineering enough? Wasn't he still subdued by the martial granduncle? Of course, this was mostly because they hadn't seen the scene of Su Fingnian beating up Hong Shixiang. But then again, even if they had seen it, the little Taoist children would only think that the martial granduncle was magnanimous and didn't lower himself to the same level as ordinary people. Qi Xianxia took the initiative to ask, "Was the deed of thorough comprehension written by you? Was it not written by your senior brothers?" Hong Shixiang didn't answer the question. "There's nothing to entertain on the mountain, I'll give you one later." Qi Xianxia frowned. Hong Shixiang suddenly asked, "Is the scenery of Jiangnan good?" Qi Xianxia was silent. Hong Shixiang asked, "I heard that Longhu is quite close to Hutting County, the weather there isn't cold, right?" Qi Xianxia seemed to be annoyed by this kind of boring question. His tone became colder. "Why don't you go there yourself?" This time it was Hong Shixiang's turn to be silent. Probably thinking of Hong Shixiang's statement that he had never left the mountain, and then associating it with the occasional secret from the Taoist master's residence, Qi Xianxia's expression became strange. He hesitated, then sneered, "Hutting County isn't cold right now, it's just that there's a big joke. Your king of Bailiang's eldest daughter Su Weisheng's improper conduct has angered everyone there. Even the capital has heard that there's a lady in the palace who wrote the precepts for women who is very angry, spreading the news that she's going to interrogate this princess who's married to Jiangnan." Hong Shixiang raised his head and asked seriously, "Interrogate what?" Qi Xianxia said calmly, "As the leader of Wudong, you're only concerned about this." Hong Shixiang smiled, pointed to the statue of Zhenwu Great Emperor in the hall and said, "That person is concerned about the suffering of the people. As for me, I don't have the ambition to help the people like your Taoist master mansion. I only care about the warmth of the mountain. As for the situation at the foot of the mountain, I'm just asking." By the way, tell me, what is the crime? Qi Xianxia ignored Hong Shixiang and looked at the devil-rinsing primogenitor in the dim hall again. He sighed softly and said, "It has been 1,000 years since it was forged." Qi Xianxia turned around and said, "My path is different from yours. I will go to the Great Void Temple to take the ancient sword that ancestor Lu hung on the eaves. I don't know what crime she was charged with. All I know is that when the princess went to Mount Longhu to burn incense, she was stopped outside the mountain." Hong Shixiang stood up. He took a step forward. Back then, this young martial granduncle had stepped into the heavenly phenomenon realm. Today, he took a step closer and snatched the horsetail whisk from Qi Xianxia, the sword chief of Taoism. On Mount Wudong, the long-awaited arrival of wind and thunder was welcomed. Su Shao of the Great Pillar State led the civil and military officials on the central axis. At the end of the imperial road that ran through the square, he looked up and saw the towering hall on the 3-story platform. The Palace of Preservation of Peace was the center of the dynasty, the center of the worship of thousands of dragons. To the entire world, the Palace of Preservation of Peace was just a square inch away. There were no more than 100 people standing here. However, the rise and fall of the empire depended on the people here and the government orders here. Even the slightest breath here would determine the health of the huge empire. The majestic platform on the 3rd floor had a railing carved from white jade, thick red wooden pillars, green eaves, and a golden glazed roof. It was extremely majestic and beautiful. A few years ago, the rear court of the imperial palace was burned down in a fire. Many palaces needed to be rebuilt. The stone and wood within a few hundred miles of the outskirts of the capital had long been cut down and excavated. Su Zhao's Beiliang transported countless giant stones and ancient trees here. One of the cloud dragon stone used as the stone steps of the rear eaves weighed 300 tons. One could see the extent of the labor and cost. At that time, complaints were heard everywhere. The remonstrant officials were even more excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They accused Su Shao of being a treacherous official, saying that the king of Beiliang was flattering and demanding excessive taxes. There were even people who said that if Su Shao did not die, the country would not be in trouble. However, the remonstrant officials who boasted of being untainted were really untainted. Su Shao was still the Su Shao who could get whatever he wanted, a high and powerful official who could not be moved. Walking on the central axis of the empire and reaching the end, one did not need to lower one's head. As long as one approached, one would see a huge wall of 9 dragons embedded in the ground. The 9 golden dragons were vivid and lifelike, as if they were about to soar into the sky in the next moment. On the left and right sides of the wall of 9 dragons were stone steps leading to the main hall. The civil officials walked on the left and the generals on the right. In the hundreds of years of the Liang dynasty, there had never been a fool who had walked on the wrong path. The older generation of officials all knew that every time Lame Su stepped onto the stone steps on the right side of the wall of 9 dragons, he would pause for a moment and mumble to himself, but no one had ever heard him clearly. Su Shao was born a martial artist, so every time he went to court, he would walk on the right side, no different from the first time he entered the capital. The imperial court had given him the title of the Pillar of the Nation, and now it seemed that there was a bit of a drama going on. It was no wonder that the imperial court had been a chaotic mess back then, with people crying, kneeling, and furious. At this moment, the vast majority of the civil and military officials behind Su Shao had never discussed politics with this prince of a different surname, so many of them were paying attention to Su Zhao's movements after he walked up the steps. As expected, Su Shao glanced back at the southern imperial gate. But no one knew what the butcher Lame Su was thinking. Su Shao thought that once he walked through that gate, he would truly have no choice. Normal people who approached the imperial gate would be questioned. Those who could walk into court would have a lot of glory and wealth, but as for how much they had to pay, that was a difficult question for each family. Even the one sitting high on the dragon chair in the main hall found it difficult to ask. Since the founding of the Liang dynasty, it had never stopped. In the early stages of the restoration of the imperial gate, the assassination of Emperor Huanling by eunuchs in the Jian Palace, and then the attack on the Eastern Palace in the 6th year of Jian. Then there was the case of the scarecrow of Crown Prince Shun He and the case of Emperor Rentai's sudden death from overdosing. Then there was the case of the moving of the imperial palace and the fight over the 3 official temples 50 years ago, and then the recent case of the white dress. Su Xiao muttered to himself and then walked toward Baohe Palace. His eyes were cold. At the Maui embassy, he had already learned that not only had Fingnian provoked the Qingzhou navy on the Spring God Lake and been questioned by some people, even his eldest daughter, Su Weisheng, who had married off far away in Jiangnan, could not live a peaceful life. The group of bastards behind him really thought that his sword was just for decoration. On this day, Baohe Palace was in a great uproar. The world had only heard that after the court was dismissed, Su Xiao of the Great Pillar of Country had not even left the palace gates when he used the scabbard to cripple a third-rank official. Chapter 177. That night, they had bumped into the white-clothed Guanyin and the ghosts. Even though they couldn't find an inn after entering the city, it didn't matter to them. They wandered around for 2 hours. During this time, several groups of patrolling guards took the initiative to stay far away from them. In the end, Xu Xiu finally found a place to rest by the lake. As they walked, it didn't match with her impression of the ghost city of Fingdu. Inside Xiangfan, it was quite beautiful and prosperous. It was far from being comparable to the cities of Beiliang. King of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, had spent 20 years of effort in managing the place. The inn was next to one of the most famous lakes in the world, Skinny Goat Lake. This lake had 10 sceneries. The inn was truly close to the water. It was reasonable for His Royal Highness to take out a large amount of silver as a stepping stone. Su Fingnian didn't immediately rest after he checked in. Instead, he sat on the 2nd floor by the window and asked Blue Bird to boil a pot of wine. The green and white one that Lu Qiu had brewed fell to the window. Blue Bird opened the secret letter and handed it over. After Su Fingnian finished reading it, he pinched it between 2 fingers and placed it on the candle flame to burn it to ashes. He gently blew away the ashes and couldn't help laughing. So lively. Blue Bird didn't interrupt. She just quietly looked at the young man sitting beside her. She looked at him for more than a decade. She also looked from a girl to a young girl to a woman. As a servant girl in the prince's residence, she didn't seem to work hard without complaint. Furthermore, the female servants in the manor were quite willing to work like cows and horses for His Royal Highness. As for Blue Bird, she didn't like to speak. Even when she smiled, she was reserved. As a result, she always gave people the feeling that she was like a piece of snow but as hard as iron. She wasn't as likable as the head servant girl of Wudong Garden, Sweet Potato. Su Fingnian had interacted with Blue Bird and had long become accustomed to this kind of self-talk. He very naturally continued to talk and laugh. The letter said that Su Xiao finally made a move. Outside of Baohe Palace, he beat a deputy agriculture minister half to death. That guy really doesn't have good eyesight. In the palace, not only did he talk about me playing around with the Qingzhou navy, he also brought up a pot that didn't boil and said that my eldest sister's conduct was improper. If it were me in the palace, I reckon I wouldn't have the patience to walk out of the throne room. We need to quickly go to Gangnam-do and see my eldest sister first. Then we can immediately go see my second sister in Huang Manor. Eldest sister always says that Jiangnan's water and soil are good and that it has raised a street full of delicious girls, like baskets of green vegetables and radishes. I don't know if this is true or not. Blue Bird's smile was somewhat helpless. In fact, the stool was right in front of her, but she was still standing. She was very content. Su Fingnian drank a mouthful of wine and said with a smile, "The letter also said that the Jianghu is very lively right now. The civil, martial, rouge, and other rankings have all been released. The newly released top 10 Masters of the Martial Arts rankings is still Wang Xinji. The position that Wudong's old chief vacated was given to a guy who didn't have any reputation before. He's a machete man from Beimang. I'm very curious as to where these rankings came from. It must be some well-informed fellow who dares to release these rankings. That old manly beside us has just come out of the Tide Listening Pavilion and he's already on the rankings. However, he's only ranked 8th, one place lower than that machete man. It's scary. The old god of swords may be one-armed, but he's made a lot of noise every time he fights. I really can't imagine how shocked the immortals and monsters ranked above him are. Sometimes when I look at the embroidered winter-spring thunder, I feel a little discouraged. I admit that I'm already very lazy when it comes to practicing the blade, but why do I always feel that I'm miles away from these guys? They say that once you enter a noble family, you'll be as deep as the ocean. I think it's better to change it to entering the Jianghu. Those who aren't on the rankings want to enter the rankings, while those who are on the rankings want to be in the top 3. Blue Bird, do you think I'll go crazy one day and try to be number 1? Back then, my second sister didn't want me to practice the blade because she was worried about this. Was she afraid that I'd go crazy one day and not care about anything else? Blue Bird hesitated. She wasn't willing to speak clearly. She only spoke in a small roundabout way. Practicing martial arts is always good. Su Fengnian rarely thought deeply about Blue Bird's past. First, they had known each other since they were young. Second, Blue Bird was not a complicated woman. Although Blue Bird was not as close as Sweet Potato in Wudong Garden, Su Fengnian believed that in private, the servant girls in the courtyard would be more willing to talk to Blue Bird about boudoir. Of course, these kinds of boudoir conversations were not about the love affairs of ordinary families. They were about the matters of the military and the state. Beiliang Palace was a place filled with swords and spears. Even the servants were stained with the arrogance of the imperial court. Since Su Shao could be called the second emperor, then the Beiliang army was like a small imperial court. In this way, what difference was there between the prince's manor and a small imperial palace? It was just that Su Shao never admitted these sensitive facts. Su Fengnian stroked the pair of scabbards embroidered with winter and spring thunder and suddenly laughed. Blue Bird smiled. Su Fengnian retracted his fingers as if he had been caught in bed. Although His Royal Highness had 2 sisters, when it came to telepathy, it was like a worm in his stomach. Just now, when he touched the scabbards, he remembered that the pair of scabbards on the table were White Fox's beloved personal items that she had worn for many years. When he touched them, he always felt that he was indirectly touching White Fox's face. This really made Su Fengnian feel strange. He didn't have a fetish for cutting off sleeves. It was really because White Fox's face was too beautiful. Who was the champion of this Rouge review? Wasn't it Nangong Puj who was a man? When the mysterious Rouge House of Yunshan evaluated beauties, they would usually add more than 100 words to the beauty of the women on the list. Only Nangong Puj was not mentioned in detail. They did not even mention his gender. When Su Fengnian first got the result, he laughed out loud. He thought that if the world knew that this guy was actually a man, would the woman behind White Fox's face be angry to death? At this moment, Su Fengnian loved the house and its crow. He was very curious about the woman on the list who was evaluated as not inferior to Nangong. He wondered why he had to meet her during this trip. Since White Fox's face was a man, he couldn't be his sister-in-law. Besides, he was doing closed-door training in the Tide Listening Pavilion, so there was no need to snatch the Beiliang. However, Chen Yu, who was evaluated as not inferior to White Fox's face, just happened to snatch back the Beiliang and give it to his brother, Huang Man. It was not a joke when he said that he would find a wife for Long Xiang in the early years. Su Fengnian got up and said, "Let's go to the lake." Outside the door, Lu Yangshu and the other 2 retainers took turns to keep watch. At this moment, it was Big Sword Lu Qiantang who was on duty. He silently followed behind the master and retainer. Lean Goat Lake was famous all over the world. In terms of scenery, Lean Goat Lake could be said to be the best in the north and south. There were more than 100 famous scenic spots in the annals of history. Back then, the selection of the 10 sceneries of Lean Goat Lake caused a big fight among the literati. They all had their own praises and fought until their faces turned red. In the end, the Grand Chancellor of Shangyin Academy came forward and gave the final word. Su Fengnian walked on the horse-riding embankment with Blue Bird. The name of the embankment came from the idiom "looking at flowers while riding a horse." The two sides of the embankment were full of flowers. It was brilliant every spring and summer. Su Fengnian, who had nothing to do, picked up the winter embroidery knife and teased the embankment along the way, plucking countless flowers. Su Fengnian, who was strolling under the moonlight, was bored to death. He casually picked a topic and said softly, "I'm sure the whole city of Xiangfan already knows that I've entered the city." Blue Bird frowned and asked, "Was it King of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, who spread the news? Is he trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife?" Chapter 178. Su Fengnian nodded and smiled. "But if I die inside or outside the city, it will be a headache for Zhao Heng and Zhao Sun. If a descendant of a vassal dies in a city under their jurisdiction, it will be harder to clean up their mess than if they were killed by arrows from the Qing province navy. If I don't add fuel to the fire in the city, I won't be able to determine if the Jianghu people will be able to kill me outside the city. No matter what, it is reasonable to say that the king of Jing'an won't have any direct contact with me. Blue Bird, if I go to Jing'an Palace tomorrow, won't it be too much of a slap to Zhao Heng's face? This vassal king, in any case, was once the man closest to the dragon throne. These past few years, the dragon has roamed the shallows and the tiger has fallen to the plains. Do you think he won't get sick from holding it in? Otherwise, how could he have raised a son like Zhao Sun?" Su Fengnian rambled on and on without the slightest scruple. Blue Bird was his family, and Lu Qiantang was a fallen slave who had become a retainer. As a martial artist of Jianghu, he wouldn't be as concerned about these rebellious words as an official. As expected, Su Fengnian suddenly glanced at Lu Qiantang, who was only vigilant of the surrounding movements. His expression was meticulous. Near a pavilion, there was a thunderous snoring sound. A young man dressed in poor clothes was lying there. The sky was his blanket and the ground was his pillow. He was hugging a wooden sword. The sword was an ordinary sword style, but there was a wine gourd hanging from it. Su Fengnian originally wanted to walk past and not disturb the guy's golden millet dream. But he inadvertently saw half of the guy's face. Su Fengnian was stunned. Blue Bird rarely saw His Royal Highness like this. For a moment, it was as if she was facing a great enemy. She was nervous. Lu Qiantang, who didn't let go of the slightest movement, immediately pulled out his sword. He thought that he had encountered an assassin with a great background. He didn't think that His Royal Highness would only quietly say, "You two stay away first." When Blue Bird and Lu Qiantang were far away, Su Fengnian walked forward and lightly kicked the guy to the ground. The swordsman, who was startled awake, first had sleepy eyes. Then, he began to curse. Then, he had the same expression as Su Fengnian when he saw him. His face was full of disbelief. He wiped the drool from his mouth and rubbed his eyes. Pleasantly surprised, he said, "Surnamed Su." How many times had he said it, but this bastard still wasn't willing to call out Su Fengnian's name. He always said that this name was too effeminate. It was so scholarly that it made him sound like he was from an aristocratic family. The next scene stunned Lu Qiantang. After the young man with the funny wooden sword confirmed His Royal Highness's identity, he punched His Royal Highness in the chest. However, His Royal Highness didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and punched back. It was probably because that guy felt that Su Fengnian's punch was heavier than his own. In his life, he was the most calculative person. Feeling that he had suffered a great loss, he immediately rewarded Su Fengnian with another punch. In this way, Lu Qiantang saw His Royal Highness in the pavilion wrestling with a Jianghu boorish fellow who could smell the scent of poverty. This clearly exceeded the limits of Lu Qiantang's imagination. In the eyes of this second-level master, the Crown Prince of Bailiang wasn't someone who was easy to talk to. Not to mention that he dared to chase and beat up the great pillar state in the prince's mansion. He pinched Chu Lushan's fat face. Even after he left Bailiang, he first trampled on Qingyang Palace, then he started the Battle of Spring Deity Lake. Everything happened one after another. When had he ever seen His Royal Highness being beaten like this? Why didn't he fight back? The swordsman Lu Qiantang was a second-ranked swordsman with exceptional eyesight. Naturally, he could tell that His Royal Highness was holding back too much every time he attacked. He was striving to be no different from ordinary people. Lu Qiantang had never dared to think that there was anyone in the world who was worthy of this crown prince's careful treatment. Occasionally, when he was free, he would compare His Royal Highness with the other princes in the capital. However, he always felt that Su Fengnian was more domineering and powerful if they were to really fight. The young swordsman in the pavilion was not a poetic young swordsman sleeping on the lake. He was a stark contrast to Su Fengnian. Not to mention the wooden sword, the gourd he picked from the vegetable garden, dried it, and stored it in the sun to store wine. From head to toe, his clothes were really not worth more than 10 copper coins. On Mount Longhu, Qi Xianxia wore hemp shoes. Moreover, the pair of hemp shoes on the little celestial master's feet did not need to be mended. Moreover, Su Fengnian was more certain than anyone else that the man in front of him was really poor. He was so poor that there were no jingling sounds in his pockets. Poor to the point that there were only 4 walls in his house. In any case, he had a home. After this fellow left home to travel, he could only call the 4 corners of the world his home. He did not know what to eat next. For a swordsman to reach this level, he could not be any more miserable. That guy had been starving for a few days, so he was completely listless from all the fighting. He lay back down and looked at Su Fengnian's luxurious clothes. With a face full of disbelief, he asked weakly, "Brat, which family did you steal the clothes of? You even have 2 good swords. They must be worth a lot of money, right? All right, I have to hurry to the top of the city wall to look at the portrait. There's a high chance that you're there. I'll report it to the government tomorrow." Su Fengnian sat on the side and leaned against a pillar. He laughed and said, "Wenhua, oh Wenhua, why don't you have some future prospects? I'm still waiting for you to make a name for yourself so that I can take advantage of you. Why are you still like this? You're just as sloppy as you were 2 years ago. How many meals have you not eaten?" Unsurprisingly, it was the young swordsman who would never be able to make a name for himself. He rolled his eyes and laughed as he scolded, "Stop talking nonsense. Su, if you still have some conscience, then take off this eyesore of a set of clothes and exchange it for some good wine and meat. Only then can we be considered brothers." Su Fengnian laughed and said, "All right, you can eat your fill with wine and meat." Wenhua was stunned for a moment. He sighed and said, "Young Su, although you've changed your clothes, you haven't changed your conscience." Su Fengnian deliberately flicked his clothes with his finger and said, "I've long said that I'm one of the richest children in Bailiang. Do you believe me now?" Wenhua said unhappily, "Who told you to pretend? Tomorrow, I'll make you invite me to the Xianggua Alley to throw money. You'll be exposed." Su Fengnian asked, "The Xianggua Alley?" Wenhua chuckled and said, "White steamed buns." This was Wenhua's catchphrase. Su Fengnian smoothly took over and said, "White is nothing but a lady's chest." "Oh, is it a good brothel?" Wenhua smacked his lips and said with a yearning expression, "The best place in Xiangfan City. A few days ago, I saw a leading lady in the Xianggua Alley from afar. Just now, I was dreaming of doing it with her." In the end, I was King woken up by you. No, you have to compensate me. Su Fengnian slanted his eyes and said, what are you pretending to be a hero for? Didn't you say that you won't lose your virginity before you return home in glory? Wen Hua said helplessly and discouraged, you won't allow me to enjoy my mouth. Su Fengnian asked, find a place to get some beef. Wen Hua swallowed his saliva and shook his head and said, the night ban in Xiangfan City is too scary. I can't tell if you're really wanted, or if you'll go out tomorrow to reward our internal organs. That's right, where's old Huang? Why? Last time, he accompanied you to suffer, but this time, he didn't accompany you to enjoy life. You're not honest, kid. Su Fengnian said calmly, he's dead. Wen Hua haggled over small matters. If someone dared to give him less than a copper coin, he would dare to roll on the ground like a country shrew. However, he was rather open-minded when it came to important matters. When he heard the news, he was only shocked and regretful for a moment. He sighed and said, if he's dead, then he's dead. He'll just reincarnate better. Where is he buried? If it's not too far, I'll burn incense and serve wine next Qingming festival. Old Huang was a good person. I don't care about other people's lives, but I still have to go to old Huang's grave. Su Fengnian said softly, he died at the Eastern Sea's Martial Emperor city. There's no grave. Wen Hua said in bewilderment, why did he run to the Martial Emperor city? If I remember correctly, old Huang was from Western Shu. That Western Shu accent, when I first met you guys, it almost made me want to commit suicide. These 2 years without old Huang nagging beside my ear, I'm rather lonely. That's right, it's quite lonely. Su Fengnian looked at the moon in the middle of the lake and muttered, it's quite lonely. Chapter 179. Wen Hua said angrily, Su, watch your mouth. What servant girl's life? Be careful or I'll get angry with you. Su Fengnian rolled his eyes. Wen Hua raised his head to look at Blue Bird with his mouth full of oil, and he did his best to reveal the most graceful smile in his life as he said shyly, Miss, just because you called me young Master Wen, if that Su brat dares to bully you in the future, I'll be the first to take care of him. With his mediocre martial arts, I won't even need to use a sword to beat him down. Su Fengnian laughed loudly and teased, young Master Wen, come, drink. Wen Hua was in a great mood. It was the first time he'd been called young Master Wen. His entire body felt comfortable, and he suddenly felt that besides the woman he adored in his heart, she was the second cutest woman in the world. Such a well-educated and virtuous woman was a servant girl. Only a ghost would believe that. Wen Hua burped, and the remaining wine was carefully poured into his wine gourd. Wen Hua threw a glance at Su Fengnian, and Su Fengnian shook his head. Wen Hua nodded vigorously, causing Blue Bird to be baffled. It was actually Su Fengnian who couldn't dissuade Wen Hua, and he could only awkwardly ask Blue Bird to carry the lunchbox back to the inn first. The two of them ran out of the pavilion like a wisp of smoke, and found a clump of grass near the water. They took off their pants and squatted down at intervals, and their bare buttocks were especially absurd under the moonlight. The two men ruined the scenery like this by taking a dump at Thin Goat Lake. However, if one knew about the hardships of those years, they wouldn't be surprised by the vulgar and despicable actions of this pair of buffoons at this moment. To a nobody like Wen Hua who was crazy poor, the most king happy thing in the world wasn't eating, drinking, and sleeping, but the word shit. Because only when one was full would one have the capital to shit, and this was a very shallow principle. Wen Hua, who was squatting by the lake, exhaled a long breath, and he said leisurely, who knows, there might have been some poet or elegant scholar who recited poems here in the past. When I think of this, I feel great. Su Fengnian did not say anything. He believed that King of Jingnan, Xiaoheng, would never have thought that the Crown Prince of Beiliang would urinate and defecate beside the Thin Goat Lake. Wen Hua was slightly bored when he saw Su Fengnian didn't move, and he suddenly smacked his lips in shock. Su, there's a stone tablet behind the place where I shit. Su Fingnian finally could not bear it any longer and cursed, that's the record of the Slender Goat Lake written by the governor of the previous dynasty, Li Mi. You son of a b*tch really know how to pick a place. Wen Hua was speechless for a moment, and then he said in his heart, I've sinned, I've sinned. Su Fingnian hesitated for a moment before he asked softly, Wen Hua, do you want to continue hanging out with me? Just like in the past, walking around and taking a look. If you run into another martial arts competition to find a spouse, I'll take care of you. Wen Hua laughed and said, do you really think I'm stupid? Kid, you're amazing now, and I don't care who you are. In any case, I still think of you as a brother, but brothers are brothers. Although freeloading is natural law, if you're willing to part with money, I'm afraid I won't have the heart to endure hardships. So, you go your own way, and I'll go mine. If we're fated to meet again, then we'll meet again. Wen Hua, don't talk about anything else, but when it comes to practicing the sword, I'm afraid I won't have the heart to endure hardships again. Kid, I appreciate your good intentions. Tomorrow, I'll be leaving the city, and I want to go to the Beimang border to take a look. Just take it as broadening my horizons. Su Fingnian said softly, the border is going to be chaotic. You take it easy. Wen Hua exclaimed in surprise, and joked, chaotic. Are you really the son of an aristocratic family from Beiliang? Su Fingnian said with a laugh, isn't that so? Wen Hua sighed and said, earlier, I said I'd treat you to a meal of fine wine and meat, but I never thought I'd owe you another meal when we meet again. Su Fingnian said, you owe me then. Kid, just don't die, otherwise, there'll always be a chance to pay me back. Wen Hua chuckled and said, according to old Huang's words, I'd have to say something like this at this time. Su Fingnian said absent-mindedly, that's right. Wen Hua suddenly shouted, the blades of grass on my side are fucking ridiculously small. It's not easy to wipe my ass. It seems your side is a bit wider. Hurry up and throw some over. Su Fingnian cursed and threw over a clump of blades of grass. The two of them returned to the pavilion, and Wen Hua asked, you're not going back to the inn? Su Fingnian shook his head and said, let's have a chat. Tell me about that young lady of yours. The two of them chatted until dawn, and then Wen Hua glanced at the dawn sky before he stood up and said, all right, I'm going out of the city. Help me remember the wine and meat that I owe you. Right, help me thank that good young lady. I've never been called young master by anyone in my entire life. Su Fingnian hesitated for a moment before he asked, I have an old senior that uses the sword by my side. Do you want to meet him? Wen Hua held the wooden sword tightly, and then he smiled as he shook his head and said, no, that's someone else's sword in the end. Even if senior is willing to teach me, I won't be able to learn it. Su Fingnian teased. Didn't you always want to be taken as a disciple by an expert in the past? Wen Hua said sternly, I only thought about it. I remember old Huang said that practicing the sword requires sincerity, just like pilgrims praying to gods and Buddhas. Sincerity will work. But I've been idle for the past 2 years, so I've pondered over an unreasonable principle. The sword is my own. With my aptitude, if I walk the path of someone else, I won't be able to achieve anything in my lifetime. I don't have the habit of owing people. I can't really owe you a few meals of wine and meat until my hair turns white. Let's go. Don't be so wishy-washy like a woman. Wen Hua was full of smiles. The steamed bun is white, but it's not as white as a young lady's chest. Su Fingnian's smile was intoxicating. The tip of a lotus is perky, but it's not as perky as a young lady's butt. On the long embankment of the willows, the wooden sword Wen Hua and the dual blade Su Fingnian high-fived and brushed past each other. Chapter 180. Su Fingnian took a few steps and turned around to send off the man, the pot, and the wooden sword as they walked across the long dike. Blue Bird stood there gracefully. Lu Qiantang had a solemn expression, but he was full of doubts. In the end, he could not guess the identity of the poor and pedantic young man. Given the wealth of Su Fengnian on the long dike, which was second only to the current emperor, it could be said that he was surrounded by nobles. The Dongyue swordsman had seen the liveliness of Bailiang Palace in the first month of the Lunar New Year. Those officials who enjoyed the shade under the big tree of the king of Bailiang could be said to be all feudal officials. When they met His Royal Highness, they had to put on an attentive smile on their faces. Lu Qiantang vaguely felt that the man with the wooden sword came from a humble background, but he did not dare to believe it. Or rather, he did not want to believe it. To this Bailiang's servant, he would rather have Su Fengnian be a master who had no shrewdness or shrewdness. That way, it would be easier to serve him. One Su de Zhuguo was enough for him to not dare to breathe. If Su Fengnian was an ambitious fellow with great talent and bold vision, then being in the king's company was like being in the company of a tiger. Today, he had provoked the king of Jing, and tomorrow, would it be the king of Guangling's turn? The day after tomorrow. How many years could Lu Qiantang, who still had a great pursuit of the way of the sword, live to practice the sword? Walking back to the inn with Blue Bird, Su Fengnian asked and answered his own question. Wen Hua did not want to see Li Chungang, but if I mention the name of the old god of swords, don't you think that kid will regret it? Even if I want to roll on the ground, I will still leave. This is where I am not as good as Wen Hua. He always knows what he cannot do and does it. Back then, every time there was a martial arts competition for a spouse, he would eagerly go up the arena. When the other chivalrous men jumped up, he had to obediently walk up the stairs. He pretended to be thick-skinned, but in his heart, he cared more than anyone else about those supercilious looks. But no matter how many times he was beaten off the arena, he would still go up the stage whenever he had the chance, just to be able to exchange moves with others. But in the end, I did not see him return what he learned. Why bother? While he was talking to himself, Jiang Ni and the old god of swords just happened to be out sightseeing at the Thin Goat Lake. Su Fengnian kindly threw a smile at them, but no one paid him any attention. After returning to the inn, Su Fengnian ate his breakfast and hid in his room to pick out the moves from the martial arts manuals in his mind. They were all the essence of the top-secret manuals, such as the Greenwater Pavilion Sword Training Manual and the Whale-Killing Sword. Originally, it would be best to have Li Chungang to guide him in this kind of technical work. With Su Fengnian's little experience, he was far from being able to give advice. But even with his knees, he knew that the old god of swords, who dared to criticize the outline of 1,000 swords as worthless, would not even bother to move his mouth. Sigh, if only White Fox's face was by his side. However, on the ship, Li Chungang had taught Su Fengnian a mysterious way of flicking the sword. He explained the sword moves and sword aura in simple terms, which had already benefited Su Fengnian greatly. Originally, he was like an idiot who had a mountain of treasures in front of him. After picking and choosing, he finally knew what to do. Yu Wei carried Wu Meinyang and knocked on the door. After Blue Bird opened the door, she said that she wanted to go sightseeing. Su Fengnian did not stop her and instructed Xu Xiao and Lu Qiantang to be her attendants. When Yu Wei saw that Su Fengnian had no intention of going out, her expression became gloomy and her interest was somewhat reduced. Su Fengnian saw this and did not change his original intention. Jiang and I did not have time to study, so Su Fengnian had Blue Bird go to the bookcase and pick out a few secret manuals. Among them, there was a secret manual on spear techniques called Arms Sutra, which was rumored to be written by the horse racing spear Wu Kuang. The reason why Su Fengnian was particularly interested in it was because Li Chungang had occasionally mentioned it. The old sword god took a few glances and asserted that this book was a secret record of the spear immortal Wang Xiu's experience when he was young. However, after he became famous, he found it vulgar and refused to admit it. Thus, he used the name of his direct disciple, Wu Kuang. When Su Fingnian flipped through the book, he saw that Blue Bird's expression was abnormal. He asked, "Do you know Wu Kuang?" Su Fingnian was just asking casually. Unexpectedly, Blue Bird nodded her head. Wang Xiao was one of the 4 grandmasters who were equally famous as Li Chungang. At that time, he was known as the world's #1 spear art. His junior brother was now Su Zhao's personal guard. Other than taking in Wu Kuang as his disciple, his most prized disciple, Chen Jibao, had surpassed his master. It was rumored that he had died under the spear of a villain. However, for some unknown reason, Wang Xiao's weapon, the instant spear, had never appeared in the world after this grandmaster's death. Perhaps it was because Chen Jibao's betrayal of his master was too unpopular, or perhaps it was because he wore a white robe and carried a sword all year round. It seemed that no one had ever taken this rumor seriously. When Chen Jibao finished his apprenticeship, he was only in his early 20s. Even Wang Xiao was not as strong as Wang Xinji. The older he got, the more immortal he looked. However, Chen Jibao was indeed worthy of being Wang Xiao's disciple. Just like Wang Xiao's cold and murderous spear art, he pressed forward courageously on the battlefield, leaving no way out for himself or his enemy. However, even with Su Fingnian's identity, he had never seen Chen Jibao's spear art. In his impression, this villain, who seemed to be in love with his second sister, Su Weisheng, only knew how to ride a white horse and wear a white robe. He was very amiable to everyone. Usually, he was gentle and kind like a bodhisattva who saved people from suffering. Su Fingnian was puzzled. "Have you guys fought before?" Blue Bird shook her head. Su Fingnian saw that it was hard for her to say, so he didn't ask anymore. Even though he was extremely curious, he held back his curiosity. Ever since he was young and saw her being led by his mother, he only knew that she was called Blue Bird. After that, he never probed further. He was so used to it that he thoughtlessly forgot that as long as one was a person, they would have a surname and a name. For example, the maidservant's name was Hong Musk. Su Fingnian also knew that she was called Song Xiaofeng. As for whether Blue Bird was her real name or just a nickname, Su Fingnian really didn't know. After returning from his travels, he learned that Wudong Garden was not a small pool where one could see the bottom at a glance. The maidservants were not simple vases without any stories. However, when it came to Blue Bird, Su Fengnian selfishly hoped that she was just Blue Bird, the girl that his mother had brought over to be his childhood sweetheart. Chapter 181. Arm scripture implied that the spear in one's hand was the third arm. The spear techniques recorded in the book were exquisite and profound. Su Fengnian roughly picked out 3 moves and counted with his fingers. 16 moves had already been painstakingly scoured out by Su Fengnian from various secret martial arts manuals. Aunt Zhao, who was keeping a low profile in the Qingyang Palace, said that he wanted to achieve 50 moves that were unrivaled under the heavens. However, not to mention whether the moves that Su Fengnian picked out could be incorporated into the blade, just looking at the number, it was still far from 50 moves. Ever since Su Fengnian personally witnessed the old god of swords using the flick of fingers on the ship, he developed the unique habit of flick of fingers. His finger lightly flicked the cover of arm scripture, and he gathered the 16 moves that could save his life in his mind. When he arrived in front of Xiangfan City, the Great Yellow Court that was as deep as the sea and as inexhaustible as the Great Yellow Court was only at the second-floor realm. He could probably break 6 armors with one strike. However, the Dharma King of the Red Sect, who looked like a white-clothed guanyin, could see through 3 floors with one strike. Su Fengnian had waited and found that it was not a problem for him to break 9 armors with one strike. Even though it was only an increase of 3 armors, it was still a huge improvement. The most important thing was that when he used the Spring Thunder Blade again, there was no stagnation like before. His right hand used the embroidery of winter, while his left hand used the Spring Thunder Blade with the gravity of spring thunder. His techniques were completely different. This was where Su Fengnian's confidence in his 50 moves came from. In addition to the set of fist techniques of the bull riding Hong Shixiang and the wonderful deed of thorough comprehension, Su Fengnian was not so frightened by the old god of swords' few strikes that he did not dare to practice the blade. At noon, when they ate downstairs at the inn, they were all talking loudly and spitting saliva everywhere. Ginger listened with great interest. The old god of swords, who was wrapped in a smelly sheepskin fur coat, rolled his eyes and put one leg on the bench. He chewed on meat while picking his ear wax. The appearance of the civil and martial evaluations and the rouge evaluations was the most sensational event in the scholarly world and Jianghu. Perhaps it was because there was no first place in the civil and martial evaluations, but the martial evaluations and the rouge evaluations were still the most talked about. This generation of the martial evaluations did not disappoint. There were 18 first-level experts and the most talked-about top 10 experts. As expected, the master of the martial emperor city, Wang Xianji, continued to be the number 2 in the world. Next was the new god of swords, Dong Tai, who was ridiculed by the people of Jianghu for being the number 2 for 100 years. The third was still an old face, Chao Guanzi, who was praised as the most outstanding scholar in the world. Along with this came another big piece of news. Wang Mao, who occupied the 4th place, was ashamed to be ranked behind Chao Guanzi but was ashamed to be ranked ahead of Bei Mang, who was ranked 7th. Hong Jingyan, who was ranked 1st on the martial evaluations, was immediately pushed to the heart of the storm. He and the god of swords, Li Chungang, became the hottest topic of the day. In the martial evaluations, which did not only look at the level of martial arts but also the level of talent, there was an extremely interesting saying. It could be summarized as, Guanyin, Guanyin, Jingguan, South Lu Zuzu, and North Shenwu. Of the 4, Su Fengnian had already met 3 of them. The one who rode the bull, Wu Luding of the sword tomb of the Wu family, and the female Dharmaraja dressed in white. The only remaining one was little Lu Zuki Xianxia from Mount Longhu. However, the latter had already met Su Fengnian on the fishing platform. Other than the martial evaluations, the rouge evaluations also caused a great commotion. Nangong Push and Qinyu occupied 1 or 2 of the martial evaluations. However, they were different from the other women who had long ago stunned the world. These 2 had never been famous, which made them even more attractive. But what Su Fengnian was most proud of was that not only did his second sister make a name for herself in the literature review, she also took the 1st place in the rouge review and vice review. Other than this, Wang Dongxiang, who took him on the turtle, also made it into the literature review and vice review. Although she didn't make it to the top, for a girl from a relatively ordinary family, it was a rare honor. Su Fengnian now understood why the gloomy father and son in the city had not made any moves. He glanced at the old god of swords opposite him who could attract countless supercilious looks. Everyone in Jianghu knew that there was this immortal who was known as the Green Snake in 2 sleeves and 1 sword by his side. The swordsmen in Xiangfan City who were itching to get rid of evil for the people would have to be 10 times more courageous. Who would dare to make a move? Jiang and I heard that some of the old god of swords in the restaurant had finally come out of seclusion, only to be the accomplice of a villain in Beiliang Palace. They all said that the old god of swords had become muddle-headed and that he could not protect his integrity in his later years. With old god of swords' attitude, it was likely that he would not be able to compete with Dong Tai for the title of the world's #1 sword. She was very angry, especially when she saw that the old man only cared about eating meat and drinking wine. She said indignantly, "Hey, didn't you hear them? They're all talking bad about you." Old Manly said cheerfully, "I heard them. This old man is not deaf." Jiang and I was probably angry that he did not fight back. She put down her chopsticks and stretched out her small hand. She said angrily, "Give me back the talisman." The old god of swords pretended to be surprised and asked, "What?" Jiang and I repeated it again. The old man still pretended to be dumb and asked something. The little mud man stared at him a few times and finally gave up. She completely ignored this old man who could clearly split the river with one sword and let others talk bad about him. Su Fingnian was not amused by her childish behavior and laughed out loud. Jiang and I heard it and angrily said, "What are you laughing at? I'm not going to study today." Su Fingnian smiled and said, "If you don't laugh, then don't laugh. Let me talk to you. What kind of status does old God of Swordsley have? Do you need to lower yourself to the same level as these short-sighted people? You can't let the old God of Swords, the 8th master in the world, fight with these people, right?" Jiang and I snorted coldly and said, "Only the 8th. Su Fingnian used his chopsticks and pretended to hit Jiang and I. In the end, he did not really do it. Old Manly rubbed his chin and said, "Indeed, only the 8th. Which son of a bitch made the ranking? We need to talk about it. This old man was once the number 1 in the world. In this way, compared to the 11th master in the world, he is more miserable. We need to talk about it." Su Fingnian said regretfully, "My Huang man is actually not on the martial arts ranking sub-ranking. We also need to talk about it." The old God of Swords laughed and said, "Although I haven't seen that idiot's physique with my own eyes, this old man reckons that this kid who was born at the Vajra realm will become a freak who is invincible under the mysterious realm in a few years." Longhu Zhao Shituan. This old man had seen him a few times. This sloppy old Taoist's ability was not high, but his vision was not bad. In the next martial arts ranking, Su Longxiang will be able to secure a place in the top 3 if nothing unexpected happens. If someone like Wang Xianji does not appear in the pugilistic world in the next 20 years, it is even possible for him to fight for the championship. Of course, with someone like Wudong's Hong Shixiang who cultivated the heavenly Tao, it was hard to say that he was the number 1 in the world. This old man claimed to be invincible back then, but he was actually guilty. After all, he had never fought with Qi Xuanjin. That's strange. Su Xiao has 4 children. Su Weisheng and Su Longxiang are all extraordinarily gifted characters. Why is it that you, Sheila, can't fight normally? Su Fingnian laughed shamelessly and said, "We can't take all the good things in the world. We have to leave something for others to remember." At this moment, a group of young scholars walked in from outside the building. Their faces were full of anger as they cursed the immoral fellow for shitting in front of the records of the Slender Sheep Lake. Su Fingnian saw Jiang and I staring at him and asked, "Does it look like I did it?" Jiang and I laughed coldly and said, "It must be you." Su Fingnian gave a thumbs up and said, "Smart." Jiang and I could not eat anymore. Su Fingnian asked, "Are you really not going to study today?" Jiang and I put on a straight face. Su Fingnian asked again, "You spent 1 tael of silver on Mount Lao. Don't you feel heartache? Are you not going to earn money?" Jiang and I did not make a sound. But in the afternoon, she held a book and stood outside Su Fingnian's room. She did not knock for a long time. Su Fingnian did not make things difficult for her. He walked out of the room and said with a smile, "You're not going to study today, and I'm not going to listen. Let's go out and play." Chapter 182. Su Fingnian was kind enough to take Jiang and I out to relax, but she kept thinking about all the rumors she heard about the ghost city in Xiangfan. Admiring the lake with Su Fingnian was already the limit of her courage, so she did not dare to go out again. Even though Su Fingnian rarely made a losing deal and said that as long as she went out, he would treat it as if she had studied 10,000 words, Jiang and I did not hesitate to refuse. Su Fingnian could only give up. He could not tie her up and go out. Besides, the itinerary was Jiaoyu Lake, where the yin qi was the heaviest. He reckoned that when the time came, she would fight him to the death. When Wang Yangming's army was defeated and the city was broken, he cut out his eyes and committed suicide on the city wall. His last words were that he wanted to keep his eyes to see how Su Xiao would lose his reputation. That place was not a good place to enjoy the scenery. Jiang and I did not go, and the old god of swords, who was the stabilizing force in the chaotic situation, naturally would not follow. Su Fengnian could only remove 3 of his retainers and bring along the halberd Ningame. Without waiting for Su Fengnian to ask Blue Bird to call for people, Ningame strode over with a serious expression. After making sure that there was no one in the corridor, he said in a low voice, "Your Highness, King of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, is here." Su Fengnian was stunned. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "How many soldiers and armor did he bring?" Ningame shook his head and said in a low voice, "He did not bring any soldiers. Other than a few personal guards, he only brought Zhao Sun and a woman. She seems to be Princess Jing," and Su Fengnian was shocked beyond words by King of Jing'an's antics. Could it be that he had brought his wife's collar to beg for forgiveness? Otherwise, he would not have let Princess Jing'an show her face in public. The fact that he did not bring any armor, spears, or halberds was already enough of a show of sincerity. For example, Su Shao had never been courteous to the wise. When you came to his residence, he had already given you enough face by opening the front door. No matter how useless the King of Jing'an was, not to mention how glorious he was in the past, he was now one of the 6 great vassal kings. If he abided by the law of the vassal kings, he would not dare to muster a large force, but why would he need to come in person? How was that possible? Su Fengnian furrowed his brows as his thoughts raced. For a moment, he did not notice that Ningame was sizing him up. Outside the room, Jiang and I was holding a book with an indifferent attitude, as if even if the sky fell, His Royal Highness would be there to support it. On the other hand, the meticulous Blue Bird saw Ningame's expression and immediately felt an indescribable murderous intent. Ningame seemed to have noticed it. He slanted his eyes and smiled calmly at Blue Bird. Su Fengnian was thinking about how to deal with this situation and ignored the confrontation between Blue Bird and Ningame. He paused for a moment and smiled. "Let's go, General Ning. Let's go and take a look. I heard that Princess Jing'an is an extremely charming beauty. If I remember correctly, she is one of the beauties in this Rouge review. She is almost 40 years old and still able to be on the list. She must be a very beautiful woman." Ningame smiled and led the way. The appointment was to be held in a secluded room in the corner of the inn. Unknowingly, Lu Yangshu and the other 2 had gathered behind Su Fengnian. By the time Su Fengnian entered the room, even Li Chungang was standing silently in the corner. At the door stood 2 imperial bodyguards of the Prince of Jing'an's estate who were in the prime of their lives. Their auras were strong and unending. One of them wielded a saber, while the other was empty-handed. There was a scent of the battlefield that Su Fengnian was no stranger to about them. The old soldiers in the army always said that even ghosts would be afraid of people who crawled out from a pile of hundreds and thousands of corpses. This was because their bodies were tainted with an extreme yang aura that was snatched from the corpses. Therefore, whenever the Bailiang soldiers mentioned the Pillar State and Xiong Fan City, they would always proudly say that hundreds of thousands of wandering ghosts were nothing. As long as the great general entered the city alone, those filthy otherworldly items would not even be able to become ghosts. They would perform the 36,000 great ritual of the heavens. The 2 imperial bodyguards who had just left the battlefield did not stop Su Fengnian. Presumably, the king of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, was famous for his shrewdness. Since he was willing to sacrifice his face and personally enter the inn, he would not delay the important matters. Su Fengnian, who was armed with 2 sabers, did not knock on the door. Instead, he directly pushed the door open. The eldest son of Xiong Fan, the crown prince of the king of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, was standing with his head lowered. A middle-aged, elegant man was sitting on a chair, twirling a string of 108 Tiantai Bodhi beads in his hand. He was reciting the names of the 3 treasures. His face was unusually pious. Although he was already in his 40s and would soon be over 50, he still had an outstanding demeanor. At first glance, one could tell that he was a handsome man with a jade-like face when he was young. According to the unofficial history, the king of Jing'an was most favored by the Empress Dowager and was given the nickname Tan Lang because Xiaoheng had been handsome since he was a child. In addition, he was pure filial and docile, so he was able to enjoy the Empress Dowager's love among the princes. After he was crowned, he became even more outstanding and elegant. According to the official history, the sixth prince was good at riding and shooting. He held a long spear in his hand and rode a horse. It was enough to show that Xiaoheng was unparalleled in the past. However, after Su Fengnian entered the inn, he did not go to see Zhao Sun or the king of Vassal who had failed at the last step. It was not that Su Fengnian pretended to be arrogant, but that the woman in the room was too eye-catching. She happened to be sitting sideways. Her body was graceful and graceful. The woman was reading a book. When she turned the page, she lifted the hair on her temples. She was beautiful, and her demeanor was even better. She was classical and graceful, just like a fairy maiden in a painting. Hearing the door open, she turned her head and smiled gracefully. The beauty's smile could topple a city. Su Fengnian's eyes were in a trance. Crown Prince Xiao Sun lowered his head and caught a glimpse of this scene. The malice in his eyes grew. He quickly lowered his head and gritted his teeth without saying anything. The hair on the king of Jing and Zhao Heng's temples were gray. Perhaps it was because he had used too much scheming in his life that he was old. Fortunately, a man's temperament was not affected by age. However, compared to Princess Jing'an's beauty who was not past her prime, she was still as radiant as ever. It was somewhat a mismatch. They were already 10 years apart, and now this old man looked even more like a young wife. The world only knew that the princess came from a noble family in the spring and autumn period. Her father was Pei Kai, the most knowledgeable scholar in Western Shu. He was known as Pei Huang Lao. He was famous for being weak, and was especially proficient in the Lao and Yi. He was above the secular world and was fully deserving of the title of a great scholar of the classics. The Pei family withered during the unjust war of the spring and autumn period. Pei Kai died for his country, leaving behind only an orphan. The orphan of the fallen country married into a noble family. A beauty matched with a noble. Su Fengnian only looked deeply at Princess Pei. In the eyes of others, he was a licentious lecher who was extremely rude. A palace guard was about to close the door when Lu Qiantang acted as if he was about to draw his sword. With his back to the door, Su Fengnian coldly said, "Impudent. Don't be rude." He allowed the door to slowly close. King of Jing and Zhao Heng did not rise to greet him. After he finished chanting, he hung the prayer beads and tied them to his well-maintained hands. He raised his head and said warmly, "Fengnian, there are no outsiders here. You and I can call each other uncle and nephew." Su Fengnian restrained his arrogance and returned the favor. He said warmly, "Nephew greets Uncle King of Jing'an." Chapter 183. Perhaps Xiao Heng did not expect the notorious crown prince of Beiliang to be so easy to talk to. His eyes darkened as he gently pinched a Bodhi prayer bead between his index finger and thumb. With a gratified expression on his face, he said, "Brother Su, a tiger does not beget a dog." Back then, I could not compare to him in terms of horsemanship and had no choice but to lose to him in every aspect. It was inevitable that I was unconvinced and thought that I had to make up for it somehow. My son, Zhao Sun, was not suited for martial arts, so I forced him to study hard. I was afraid that even my son would not be able to compare to Brother Su. Today, it seems that I still failed to flatter you and lost by a large margin. By the way, Fengnian, Uncle Wang took the liberty of coming here this time to bring this stupid boy from studying to apologize to you. Zhao Sun's reputation is thin. Even if he knows that he is in the wrong, he would not dare to come here. He had no choice but to ask his mother to step forward and escort him here. I have made a fool of myself in front of you. Princess Fei's laughter could topple a nation. Zhao Heng looked at his son, Zhao Sun, with a faint smile on his face. Even when Su Fengnian slapped his face with Shudong on the Yellow Dragon ship, the latter did not bat an eyelid. When Su Fengnian made fun of him for diving into the water, he jumped so confidently and calmly. However, when his father glanced at him today, it was as if he had been stung by a poisonous object. He immediately raised his head and bowed deeply to Su Fengnian with a solemn expression on his face. It could be said that he was solemnly apologizing to his sworn enemy a few days ago. He only lacked a smile to wipe away the enmity between them. Su Fengnian pulled a chair over and sat down. He stared at Princess Jing'an's beautiful face for a while, then turned to the king of Jing'an and said with a smile, "This nephew was reckless. How could I accept Brother Su's bow?" Although he said that, he did not have any intention of getting close to Zhao Sun. He accepted the king of Jing'an's apology with a clear conscience. Zhao Heng smiled at this, sitting upright on a taisha chair pieced together from red sandalwood. No matter how luxurious the inn's decorations were, they couldn't afford to use rhinoceros horn sandalwood or rooster blood sandalwood to make a chair. Red sandalwood was ranked last among red sandalwood. Its texture was relatively loose, and its luster and texture were far inferior to the other two. However, red sandalwood usually grew slowly, and it didn't have any great material. Ordinary high-ranking officials and dignitaries would be grinning from ear to ear if they had a sandalwood chair. Scholars and poets would love a small sandalwood fan so much that they believed this low-grade red sandalwood chair was already the inn's housekeeping treasure. King of Jing'an's nickname was Sandalwood. His love for red sandalwood was only second to Little Ginger's imperial uncle from West Chu, who had built a sandalwood palace. Zhao Heng said that he would not sit unless it was sandalwood, nor lie down. It seemed that this was not an exaggeration. Su Fengnian looked at the 108 mani pearls in Zhao Heng's hand and praised, "Uncle Wang is indeed a devout believer of Buddhism." When the Tiantai Bodhi seed was plucked, it was a hard golden yellow. Most eminent monks would only turn from golden yellow to pale yellow after holding the pearls for several decades. In Uncle Wang's hands, it turned from pale yellow to milky white. As the old saying goes, sincerity can move metal and stone. With Uncle Wang's sincerity, what bodhisattva would not bless you? King of Jing'an laughed and said, "I have long heard that Fengnian and I worship Buddhism. It seems that it is true." Shang, on the other hand, still can't recognize that this is a Tiantai Bodhi seed. Last year on my birthday, Shang took the initiative to give me a string of walnut prayer beads. Although each walnut was carved with 6 luohan, according to the Buddhist Sutra of measuring and counting beads, the material of the prayer beads is different. Therefore, the merit obtained during practice is greatly different. The core is only 2 times, the iron is 5 times, the copper is 10 times, the lotus seed is 10,000 times, but the Tiantai Bodhi seed in my hands is 10 million times. Fengnian, if it were you, would you want the rope used to tie the walnut or the string in Uncle Wang's hands? Su Fengnian was surprised and said, "If I remember correctly, the Vajra seed prayer beads are 10 million times the merit, and the Tiantai Bodhi seed is the most superior of all." Zhao Heng's 2 fingers clasped the faded color of the Tiantai Bodhi seed. He squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "After all, Uncle Wang is old and always remembers incorrectly. He has to admit that he is old." Princess Jing'an's appearance and bearing were like that of an empress. Perhaps she was infected by the harmonious atmosphere, she lost some of her deliberate dignity. 2 slender fingers pinched a page of a book and one hand rested on her cheek as she looked sideways at Su Fengnian. Her eyebrows were naturally charming. It seemed that she was quite curious about His Royal Highness from Beiliang who had come from afar. The junior in front of her could no longer be considered a child. Even in Qingzhou, there were many sayings about him, including the Su family's phoenix who was a prodigal son of the family. Moreover, Xiangfan had been destroyed by Su Shao and Wang Yongming. The majestic city had once become a ghost city. The scholars of Qingzhou knew that they could not convince the king of Bailiang with words, so they took pleasure in wantonly criticizing the hedonistic behavior of the crown prince of Bailiang. Su Fengnian and Princess Pei looked at each other and said with a smile, "Auntie is really beautiful." Princess consort Jean Gan stared blankly for a moment. Zhao Heng gently pinched the prayer beads he was using to suppress his delusional thoughts and took the opportunity to joke, "Your auntie is naturally good-looking. In the year of the Phoenix, is there any noble young lady from Qingzhou that you fancy? Uncle Wang can help you snatch her away." Su Fengnian's skin was as thick as the walls of Xiangfan. He climbed up the pole and said shamelessly, "Originally, I was thinking about a Qingzhou lady that I met by chance on the Spring God Lake. What was her name again? I remember now, Lu Xiuer. I think her family's ancestor was the old minister of the Pillar State in the capital. In terms of family background, she could be a good match for me. But after seeing Auntie today, I don't want to think about her anymore." Zhao Heng dismissed it with a smile. Crown Prince Xiao Sun was so angry that his lips were ashen and his entire body was trembling. Fortunately, he was standing to the side with his head down. Next to the king of Jing'an and princess consort, he was very inconspicuous. What followed next was an even more boring chat. Borrowing the momentum of the civil, military, and rouge reviews, there was no lack of topics to talk about. Su Fengnian's eloquence had long been honed by the courtesans of Bailiang to a profound level. It was more than 10 times better than his knife skills. When the king of Jing'an mentioned that the review this time only lacked a general review, he even spoke up for Su Shao, who had humiliated him in the past. This time, the general review did not appear. The reason was that there were no famous generals after the spring and autumn period, and after the spring and autumn period, there were only blue eyes. Since the general review could not produce anything, why would there be a need for another review? However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that this statement greatly praised the current Chancellor Zhang Julu. It almost pushed him to the height of being able to support the country alone. The king of Jing'an and Zhao Heng finally stood up. Su Fengnian gently bowed and said goodbye. When leaving the room, of course, Zhao Heng should be the first. Originally, Princess Pei should be the second, followed by the junior Su Fengnian and Zhao Sun. Su Fengnian, intentionally or otherwise, lagged behind a few steps. Princess Pei's temperament was indifferent. In addition, the shameless Xiao Sun was in a hurry to escape. Thus, Su Fengnian and Princess Pei walked side by side. When they crossed the threshold, this beauty from a noble family trembled. Her autumn eyes, filled with the aura of Jiangnan, widened. With an expression of disbelief, she looked at the young man who had repeatedly called her aunt. How dare he? Su Fengnian had an innocent expression on his face. He softly said, "Aunt, nephew has chosen a pair of bracelets. In a moment, I will have someone send it to the prince's mansion." Her ears were completely red. She did not make a sound. Her buttocks, which were covered by the brocade robe, felt waves of numbness. How dare he be so licentious and absurd? Chapter 184. When King of Jing and Zhao Heng heard this, he didn't seem to notice Princess Pei's strange expression. He turned his head and smiled. "Fengnian is very considerate." Su Fengnian laughed and said that it was something he should do. He walked them out of the inn and waited until the three of them got on an ordinary carriage. It was obvious that the carriage was quite narrow. The horses were good horses that even wealthy families could afford. Other than the two strong and sturdy attendants and bodyguards, everything was quite plain. This family of three, who was only one step away from owning the imperial palace in the capital, came and went quietly. On the surface, they were full of the Buddhist aura of a believer in Buddhism, the fairy aura of a beauty, and the friendliness of a distant relative. However, who could understand the murderous intent behind each step? Only Blue Bird saw that after leaving the room, His Royal Highness didn't show his back to King of Jing and Zhao Heng. His lapel was already soaked through. The Crown Prince of Bailiang looked at the flying dust at the end of the road and finally turned around peacefully. He ordered Bluebird to buy a copy of Qingying Study House's version of The First Snow. Then he walked back to the room alone and closed the door. He sat on the chair that was still warm and let out a long breath. He looked at the sandalwood chair and murmured, "In just a few hours, Xiaoheng has already pinched the prayer beads 4 times. Su Xiao was right. This sanctimonious king of Jing'an is as vicious as a woman. Xiaoheng probably doesn't know that I have long known about his secret habit of killing people with each pinch of the prayer beads. The first pinch of the Bodhi beads was because he was surprised that I wasn't as rebellious as the rumors said. He began to suspect that my absurd behavior in Bailiang over the years was because I was pretending to be stupid. Secondly, he was angry that this Shizi's memory was not bad. He clearly remembered what was written in the Buddhist Sutra of measuring pearls and counting pearls' merit and virtue. He was able to see through his deliberate mistakes. The third pinch was to abhor my undisguised desire for Princess Pei. As for the last pinch, it was interesting. He actually crushed a Tiantai Bodhi seed that was as hard as gold and stone. I originally thought that he was going to shed all pretenses of cordiality, but I didn't expect that Zhao Sun's mental fortitude was already so good. This old man is even more experienced and ruthless. It seems that after pretending to cultivate and pray to Buddha for several decades, there are some results. In terms of acting skills, he is indeed better than me. Su Fengnian's words were teasing, but his tone was terrifyingly gloomy. He shook his uncomfortable clothes and leaned against the chair, repeating scene after scene in his mind. He recalled every detail of King of Jing'an's movements, Princess Pei's subtle frowning and relaxing, Zhao Sun's slight raising and lowering of his head. Finally, Bluebird entered the room with a set of Wang Dongxiang's The First Snow. Su Fengnian took the book, narrowed his eyes, and stood up to change his position. He sat on the chair that Princess Pei had sat on. With a hoodlum smile on his face, he raised his hand and clenched his 5 fingers. He changed his face into a mask and said in an intoxicated manner, "Comfortable. The tip of the lotus flower is raised, but it can't be higher than Xiaonyang's but." Even though Wenhua's words are crude, he directly said the great principle that scholars have to spend a lot of money to buy. Bluebird was confused. She did not see the unrestrained undercurrent at the door. She reckoned that Su Xiao was the only one in the world who dared to think deeply about Su Fengnian's daring feat. Su Fengnian pondered for a moment, then took out one of the books, The First Snow, printed by Qingying Study Room, and flipped through a few pages. If King of Jing'an and Princess Pei were present, they would definitely be shocked by the amazing memory of this nephew of Bailiang. He remembered that in the Sutra of Buddhist Studies and Counting of Beads, the multiplier of the merit of prayer beads was nothing. This was because the pages that Su Fengnian flipped through were exactly the same as the pages that Princess Pei had skipped through several times. Thinking about the subtle changes in Princess Jing'an's expression every time, Su Fengnian lowered his head to look at the contents of the book. With a strange smile, he said, "This beautiful auntie does not seem like a woman who is soft on the outside but strong on the inside. Pei Kai, who was born in a rich and powerful family, is an unyielding literary hero. How could he train such a weak and delicate daughter? Compared to the women of Qingzhou who like to fight and scheme the most, she could be said to be a weirdo. I reckon that if this auntie was not so beautiful, she would not have been able to sit firmly in the position of Princess Consort of Jing'an Palace." Previously, I heard that little girl Lu Xiu'er said that Princess Pei had caused the death of Zhao Sun's mother to be able to sit as the princess consort, and I believed it to be true. This little girl's skin has done a lot of harm. The next time I see her, I won't just touch her small hands and waist. Su Fengnian asked, "Bluebird, where is the sandalwood box that I asked Wang Linquan to buy on Mount Lao? Go get it." Bluebird quietly left and returned. Su Fengnian opened the exquisitely crafted sandalwood box. Inside, there was a string of prayer beads that were rarely seen in the dynasty. The material used was called Paluo Z in the western regions, and the people of the Central Plains were used to call it Crown Prince. This kind of prayer beads would not be cold in the winter, and would not be stained with sweat in the summer. The Crown Prince was strung together in a circle, and had a very artistic name, Satisfaction. It was a wonderful object that could not be bought with money. No matter who it was given to, it would not be degraded. If it was given to someone who believed in Buddhism, it was even better. Su Fengnian's original intention was to test the king of Jing'an fiercely when he arrived at Xiangfan. If they could coexist peacefully, he would give this precious bracelet to him. If they turned against each other, he would keep it for himself and give it to Miss Li, who had lived in the temple since she was young. That way, it would be more agreeable to her. It was just that in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Su Fengnian was worried that the king of Jing'an would see through the truth. He did not want to give Zhao Sun the impression that he was a cultured person on the outside, but a scheming person on the inside. Therefore, by chance, he came up with that stroke of genius. TSK, TSK, TSK. That feeling was superb. Su Fengnian closed the First Snow in the East Wing book, which had won the title of The First Snow in the East Wing. He said, in a moment, have Ningame deliver this sandalwood box to the Jing'an palace. Tell him to give it to Princess Pei. I don't believe that the king of Jing'an, this 1,000-year coward, can continue to endure at home. If you make me unhappy, I will set your house on fire. Bluebird softly agreed. Su Fengnian suddenly asked, Bluebird, if I say that bastard Zhao Sun has some kind of abnormal fantasy about Princess Pei, would you believe me? Bluebird calmly said, I believe you. Su Fengnian laughed coldly and said, this family looks like a group of harmonious people, but turns out it's just a facade. So what if Zhao Sun has pinched the prayer beads 1,000,000 times? Holding the prayer beads in one's hand can increase one's concentration and wisdom. Su Xiao has already made it clear that he is too smart for his own good. Those who achieve great things must not use petty tricks and cleverness. Zhao Sun is a person who cannot let go of anything. If he is willing to let go of something, if he is unwilling to let go, how can he gain anything? Chapter 185. Su Fengnian laughed and said self-deprecatingly, it seems like I'm a coward who was scared out of my wits. I don't have the right to criticize someone as ambitious as Zhao Heng, the king of Jing'an. Bluebird smiled and shook her head. Zhao Heng has already lost the first move in his discussion with your highness. Su Fengnian smiled and said, don't flatter me. The reason why I was able to win by a fluke was because Su Xiao set up the most domineering first move for me. It wasn't my true ability. I'm still so useless today. It's all because Bluebird and you girls flatter me. Go, serve tea as punishment. Bluebird smiled and remembered something. Her expression turned cold as she said, Ningame was disrespectful towards King of Jing'an's visit. He wanted to see how your highness would respond. Su Fengnian waved his hand and said, it's reasonable. Ningame is a brave warrior who can wield a heavy halberd weighing 70 to 80 kilograms. How could he be willing to risk his life for others? Speaking of which, if he kowtowed to me as soon as he saw me, I would suspect that he was a traitorous fence-sitter. Don't mind this small matter. Otherwise, Ningame will laugh at me and look down on me even more. Su Fengnian continued, in the past, when I heard Su Xiao talk about his experiences, I didn't take it to heart. Now that I look back, I understand a little. Killing an enemy on horseback is all about risking your life. If you win, you're the boss. If you lose, you're the grandson. It's clear. What a headache. No wonder Su Xiao said that scholars were the most ruthless and merciless when killing other scholars. Zhao Heng is one of the most sinister people. Sure enough, to practice the saber, you need to personally fight with the enemy. To develop shrewdness, you need to fight with masters like King of Jing'an to gain experience. I don't feel bad about giving you a string of satisfaction worth thousands of gold. Blue Bird took the sandalwood box and left the room, gently closing the door behind her. Su Fingnian took the time to quickly read the last book, The First Snow. Every word was like a gem. He really couldn't understand how a 16-year-old girl could write such a vivid essay. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that her writing was ingenious. Last time when his elder sister went back to Bailiang, he always heard her sigh that she wished the world could have another snow. At that time, he only felt that his elder sister was too sentimental. Now that he flipped to the end, he saw that the ground was covered in snow, and the tragic ending was a clean death. He felt both heartache and peace of mind. It was as if not dying was a failure, and only death was a real life. In the past, Su Fengnian didn't have such a state of mind. If someone died beside him, he would appear to be indifferent, but in fact, he would always be worried for a long time. It wasn't until 3 years ago when he had to walk around in a difficult situation, experiencing hardships and seeing the world's various forms of life that he changed. Su Fingnian said softly, "Old Huang, are you trying to say that my home is where my heart is at ease?" Su Fingnian, who was sitting alone, laughed. "Hey, how can you say such a literary principle?" In one of the rooms of the inn, Jiang and I was lying on the table, staring at the dozen or so copper coins. She had asked the stingy Su Fingnian for one tael of silver that originally belonged to her. In the end, along the way, she was reluctant to buy anything. With great difficulty, she had steeled her heart and only picked 2 sets of the cheapest clothes and a cheap wooden hairpin. There were still some copper coins left. She was used to living a poor life. The little clay figurine seemed to have long forgotten the noble demeanor of growing up in the imperial family when she was young. No matter how angry she was at His Royal Highness, no matter how angry she was to the point that she could not eat, it would not affect her studies to earn money. These days, after leaving the Bailiang Palace, where everyone looked at her with disdain, she saw the scenery of the outside world. It was beautiful, but Jiang and I was not as interesting as she had originally imagined. If it were not for the company of Old Li, she privately felt that it would not be as good as Wudong Mountain. Over there, she could still have a vegetable garden. Looking at the little green, she always had some joy that she did not dare to admit. Originally, she secretly hoped that she could spend the winter on the mountain. That way, she could build a snowman as tall as a person. Then, she would not have to be as restrained as she was in the palace. She could viciously stab the snowballs in front of that hateful fellow. But in the end, she still went down the mountain. It was just that Jiang and I, whose hopes had been dashed, wasn't too upset. This was his fate, after all. What was there to complain about? The heavens couldn't hear him anyway. Old God of Swordsley came to the house and sat down. He tossed peanuts into his mouth and chewed loudly. Jiang and I was still staring at the copper coins in a daze. He said absent-mindedly, "Left?" Old Manly nodded and said, "Boring. This king of Jing'an isn't a man at all. He's so cowardly even in his own territory. To think that he can hug such a plump and pretty lady and roll around in bed every night. He doesn't even have the slightest bit of heroic spirit." Originally, this old man didn't think much of that Su brat no matter how he looked at him. Today, after seeing the imposing manner of Jing'an and his son, he finally thinks that Su brat is cute. Jiang and I raised his head and glared at him. The old God of Swords smiled embarrassedly. He knew that his words wouldn't be pleasant to the little mud man's ears, so he didn't add fuel to the fire. He was just starting to get annoyed. This old man had already put down his airs and wanted to watch Su Fingnian practice his swordsmanship. This little brat, on the other hand, hadn't done anything for so many days from Mount Lao to Xiangfan. He didn't know how lucky he was. To be able to get a few pointers from this old man, how many people yearned for an opportunity that they couldn't get? Li Chungang was an old fox that couldn't be any older. In fact, he had already guessed some clues. Su Fengnian had a cautious personality. To put it nicely, he had an outstanding temperament. To put it bluntly, he was as timid as a mouse. For the sake of the imperial court, he could resist getting close to women. For the sake of secrecy, he wouldn't easily reveal his swordsmanship in public. Occasionally, Li Chungang really wanted to use his finger to fiercely poke the brat's forehead and ask him if he was happy living like this. He was clearly a master who could cross the river no matter where he went, but what difference was there between him and a scoundrel struggling at death's door? Jiang and I sighed and said, "That Sister Guanyin outside the city is so beautiful. The one today is also very beautiful." The old god of swords laughed and said, "Little Jiang and I isn't any worse than them. In another 2 years you'll be even more beautiful. It's fine as long as a woman is young. This old man dares to say that they're all jealous of you." Jiang Ni's eyes lit up and asked, "Really?" The old man rolled his eyes and said, "Why would this old man lie to you?" Jiang and I immediately squinted his eyes and smiled. The 2 little dimples on his cheeks made even the old god of swords want to go drink. The old man was somewhat helpless. Jiang and I carefully put away the copper coins like a miser. He jogged to the bookcase and picked up a secret manual. Fine, he was obediently reading and earning money again. As a result, the old god of swords felt even more helpless. Chapter 186. The carriage coming out of Jing and Palace looked simple and crude, but in fact, it was a world of its own. The interior walls were made of high-quality sandalwood, and there was a gold-plated sandalwood incense burner with a fine jade base. After Princess Pei boarded the carriage, she placed the book, The First Snow, on the table, crossed her legs, and rested her plump buttocks on them. She skillfully reached out to burn the sandalwood incense. The king of Jing and Xiao Heng, and the crown prince, Xiao Sun, sat facing each other. Xiao Heng closed his eyes and turned the prayer beads that only had 107 Bodhi seeds left. No matter how important the matter was, the king of Jing and would always finish chanting before opening his eyes. Even though he knew that his father was meditating like an old monk, Xiao Sun still only dared to glance at his nominal mother out of the corner of his eye. After a complicated glance, he looked away and did not dare to look again. The king of Jing and chanted hundreds and thousands of times. When he opened his eyes, they were already near the palace. He said calmly, "Xian, do you know your mistake?" Xiao Sun, who was sitting upright and still, said guiltily, "I know my mistake." Xiao Heng did not pursue the matter. He lifted the curtain and looked out of the carriage. He said indifferently, "I can't see through that child. It's all because of this king's superfluous actions that he made a wrong move." At this point, the king of Jing Han's face darkened. He glanced at the submissive Princess Pei. Seeing that she did not respond like a marionette, he became more and more annoyed. He clenched the prayer beads, took a deep breath, and turned to Xiao Sun. He said, "At the Spring Lake, you wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill him and shift the blame to the descendants of the Green faction. You had the idea, but you are still not good enough to judge the situation. Who is Su Fengnian? Lame Su is counting on him to carry Bailiang for the rest of his life. Did you really think that a few slaves, Ningame, and 100 cavalry would be enough? You are underestimating Jiang Hu. Without that old warrior surnamed Li, Su Fengnian would have died many times over." Zhao Sun lowered his head and said, "Father is right." Zhao Heng frowned, suppressing the irritation in his heart that could not be overcome no matter how much he chanted. He waved his hand to disperse some sandalwood that smelled too much as bad as not enough. Slowly, he said in a low voice, "The capital is very lively. Lame Su is most likely about to fulfill his wish and obtain a hereditary title for his son. However, it is highly likely that he will not be able to keep the title of pillar of the state. Not only that, Gu Jintang's journey north to the two Liao provinces was originally because that person in the imperial palace forced Lame Su to declare his position. Bailiang's 300,000 iron cavalry's foundation in the two Liao provinces, Lame Su will have to obediently uproot it himself. Bailiang still appears to be impregnable, and Zhang Baiyan may withdraw when he sees the opportunity. However, the remnants of the fallen state will probably make a move to beat a drowning dog. I just don't know how much of Lame Su's flesh will be bitten off in this dog-eat-dog show. These old dogs, who are number one in the world in fishing for fame and reputation, only have this much prospects and use. When Zhao Sun heard his father's harsh evaluation of the old officials in the hall as a bunch of old dogs, he naturally smiled contemptuously. Only then did he recover the bearing of a vassal king and his royal highness should have. The dynasty originally had 13 provinces. Although they were now living in harmony with the people of 17 provinces of the 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn, how could they not have a natural sense of superiority in their hearts? If the common people were like this, then Zhao Sun and this small group of top-notch royal family members who rightfully regarded the whole world as their own private property. Furthermore, of the 6 vassal kings including Zhao Heng, except for the most useless Duke of Huainan, the rest had all participated in the War of Spring and Autumn. Each of them had their own military exploits. After the war ended, which vassal king's manor did not have a few concubines and princesses of the dead emperor as concubines and servants? Duke of Guangling even had an empress and 2 imperial concubines. Since that was the case, what status did the remaining elders of the 8 kingdoms have in their eyes? Even if you were resourceful and had a splendid military exploits, who would be foolish enough to worship you like a bodhisattva? Sitting at the same table, they all disliked dirtying their eyes. After getting off the carriage and returning to the Fu, the king of Jing'an, who was amiable and approachable with Su Fingnian at the inn, ignored the countless servants who knelt at the sight of him. Passing through the halls and corridors, they approached a Buddhist hall. Zhao Sun silently turned and left. Zhao Heng entered the dark hall where a red sandalwood statue of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was enshrined. Princess Pei hesitated and was about to turn when the prayer beads in Zhao Heng's hands, which were already missing a Bodhi seed, suddenly broke. The beads fell onto the white jade floor of the silent hall with an ear-piercing sound. Zhao Heng, who had personally destroyed the string of horse ropes, no longer had any concealment. With a ferocious expression, he stared fixedly at Wang Fei. Gnashing his teeth, he said, "Stop. Shameless thing, if you speak a few more words with that bastard Lame Su, will you even lose your soul?" Princess Pei did not refute and allowed the king of Jing'an to humiliate her. At this moment, she was like the statue of the Bodhisattva, without the slightest bit of humanity. Outsiders all said that it was a great fortune for her, the orphan of the Pei family, to be able to marry into the Jing'an palace. Her skin was as white as snow. The rumor on the streets was that the king of Jing'an, who had won the beauty's heart, had an elegant hobby. He hid a 3-foot-tall jade statue and would play with the beauty at night. He was more charming than the jade statue. It was the envy of others. Just hearing about it was enough to make all the debauches in the world drool. The king of Jing'an did not stop there. He walked forward and grabbed Wang Fei's black hair, dragging her into the hall. He viciously threw her to the ground and yelled, "Pei Nanwei, in what way is this king not worthy of a lowly slut like you? In these 10 years, when have you ever treated this king as your husband? Who is this king? Do you know? This king is only 1 step away from the dragon throne. 1 step. Who else in the world is more worthy than this king to wear the dragon robe?" Princess Pei, with her black hair scattered on the ground like a blooming lotus, finally raised her head and calmly asked, "Since I am a slut, how are you worthy?" King of Jing and Zhao Heng's expression froze. There was no more malice in his eyes. He crouched down and reached out to touch Wang Fei's face. He gently said, "Wei, did this king hurt you?" Princess Pei turned her head away and softly said, "It doesn't hurt." Chapter 187. Zhao Heng was completely enraged by her dodging action. He slapped her, causing her, who was a noble Wang Fei, to fall to the ground. He suddenly stood up and angrily scolded, "The one surnamed Pei, you are more dead than a dead person. Since you have such backbone, why don't you die? Why didn't you accompany your father to die for the country? Throw yourself into a well. There are 64 wells in the mansion. Hanging beams. This king has rewarded you with so many brocades and silks over the years. Hitting the railings. There are so many in the mansion. Don't worry, after you die, this king will definitely give you a grand funeral." Princess Pei didn't look at the ruthless king of Jing'an. She only looked mournfully at the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva whose kasaya covered the mountains. She coldly said, "I'm afraid of death, so I married you." The king of Jing'an was filled with endless disgust. He turned his back to the woman who he hadn't seen clearly for more than 10 years and stiffly said, "Get out." Princess Pei stood up and tidied her hair and clothes. She bowed and walked out of the temple. When she crossed the threshold, she asked, "Belyang's heir's gift, should I accept it or not?" Zhao Heng sneered, "This king is still magnanimous. Just take it. This king knows that your painting skills are superb. Just don't use the prayer beads to do obscene things after drawing that bastard's portrait. You are degrading yourself. This king doesn't see it and doesn't feel annoyed. But if you stain the prayer beads and annoy the Bodhisattva, then this king's years of praying for you will be wasted." Princess Pei indifferently said, "Oh." As soon as she left, the king of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, suddenly became a different person. He was undistracted, as if he had just flipped through the extremely difficult scriptures in the house. He sat on a praying mat made of vanilla and coldly said, "Lame Su, do you really think that this king won't dare to touch your son? Hereditary title. This king has turned your 20 years of painstaking effort into a joke." Jiang and I wanted to read, so Su Fingnian reluctantly endured and listened to her read 2,000 words. Then he went to find Yu Wei and prepared to take her to Xiangfan's Jiaoyu Terrace to view the scenery. There were several old Taoists from the Taoist master's mansion in the Jiaoyu Terrace. Su Fingnian wanted to see if he could personally ask some news about Huang Man at Mount Longhu. However, he was still not at ease with the letters written by that ox-nosed old Taoist Zhao Shituan. Yu Wei wore a gorgeous embroidered fur coat bought from Mount Laoshan's Qingfu satin shop. It was a typical West Chu style, which could be called a pile of red brocade. Unfortunately, in Su Fingnian's eyes, it was a bit too tight. He didn't want Yu Wei's soft breasts to be slightly exposed, but he also didn't want to not show the slightest bit of charm. Yu Wei was originally an outstanding beauty with a romantic figure, especially those two proud piles of fat on her chest. Su Fingnian was a bastard who had seen and tasted the tempting taste of Yu Wei. Yu Wei was so tightly wrapped that he even killed the chance for his imagination to roam. Fortunately, she was holding her beloved white cat, which squeezed out some of the natural color of her breasts. Su Fingnian smiled and said to himself, "I didn't raise you for nothing, Wu Mainyang." After they went out, Su Fingnian considerately asked, "Have you seen Shouyang Lake?" Yu Wei shook her head. Thus, Su Fingnian first took her to take a slight detour, passing by a white snake embankment. It seemed that the scenic spots that were related to immortals were mostly sword immortals. He had never heard of any that were related to sabers. For example, the White Snake Embankment was said to be a land immortal several hundred years ago who couldn't stand a white snake stirring up trouble in the lake. He angrily slashed it with his sword, and after the white snake died, its huge body became a long embankment. The White Snake Embankment was like this, and so was the Spring Immortal Lake. A saber user. There was no future. Su Fingnian, who was full of self-mockery, took Yu Wei along the way, which attracted a lot of attention. Some of the scholars who were touring the lake mustered up their energy to recite poems or sing loudly, hoping to win the favor of the lady holding the cat. Unfortunately, Yu Wei completely ignored them. Su Fingnian teased, "You didn't get to wear rouge, so don't you blame me." Yu Wei just shook her head. Su Fingnian smiled and asked, logically speaking, your father is the Jisha scholar of Shangyin Academy, so you should like the children of landowning households. But previously in Bailiang, I didn't hear you have a poem with any scholar. Yu Yue said softly, because I know that those scholars who keep on saying that they don't work, don't farm, and that the emperor decrees me to sleep alone are all people who go crazy when the emperor decrees them. Those who say that they want to shock the old dragon with a sword in the sky are actually people who don't even dare to kill a chicken. What poetry can I talk to them about? Su Fingnian nodded and said, that's right. They can't compare to me, a vulgar guy who openly spends money to buy literature. Otherwise, why do they say that men only speak 30% of their words, and leave 70% to conquer the world? Yu Yue lowered her head and didn't say anything. After slowly walking out of Shouyang Lake, Su Fengnian rode on the horse that Lu Qiantang had brought over. There were only 5 horses in total, and he didn't give Yu Yue a chance to ride alone. After getting on the horse, His Royal Highness hugged the beauty, and the beauty hugged the white cat. They became a beautiful sight on the street. When he rode to the city gate and went up the city tower, he found out that the old Taoist priests of Mount Longhu who were guarding the fishing tower had already left Xiangfan. It turned out that the heavenly talisman had already burned itself. No wonder the people of Xiangfan were so happy. Su Fingnian climbed up the fishing tower, and no one dared to stop him. After entering the towering city tower, Su Fengnian sized up the layout of the city while Yu Yue looked at the vast spring lake. Su Fengnian asked Ning Amei some questions about how to conduct a street battle after breaking through Xiangfan city gate. Ning Amei was a clear horse battle general. After entering the Bailiang army, he mostly accumulated military merits by killing the Baimang barbarians at the border. When the two sides fought, most of the time it was a contest of strength on the plains. As for His Royal Highness's questions about sieging the city, Ning Amei could only tell the surface of what he had heard from the old soldiers. Fortunately, Su Fengnian was still listening attentively, occasionally nodding his head. When he encountered something he didn't understand, he would always get to the bottom of it. Ning Amei, who was a dabbler in street battles, couldn't help but stare at His Royal Highness. The burly Ning Amei, who was dressed in casual clothes, finally had some free time. Seeing His Royal Highness stop and gaze into the distance, he asked carefully, "Your Highness, why are you asking about these things? There's no chance of sieging a city on the Bailiang border." Su Fengnian smiled faintly and said, "Books and secret manuals. As long as it's in the books, I can get it if I want it. It's just a matter of time. But those things that aren't in the books might just be trivial matters, but they're priceless treasures to me. Besides, if we don't attack the city now, won't our 300,000 strong cavalry be able to flatten Baimang in the future?" Ning Amei, who was as strong as a bear, trembled. Su Fengnian turned his head and asked, "General Ning, has Jing and Palace accepted the sandalwood box I asked you to deliver?" Ning Amei nodded and said, "It's been accepted." Su Fengnian gazed at the faraway Jing and Palace in the city and muttered, "It doesn't matter if you see through me. Aren't you the most irreconcilable person in the world with that person in the capital?" Chapter 188. There was a temple that had been closed for 1,000 years. No matter if it was an emperor or a commoner who came to burn incense, it was never opened. This mountain temple had produced countless eminent monks. The most famous one was Yang Taisui. He was the teacher of the current 2 dynasties and was very likely to be the teacher of the 3 dynasties in the future. There were more than 3,000 eminent monks who had passed away in the temple. Among them, more than 200 were titled as teachers of the state. It started from the Vajrayana Zen to the Zen Zen. In the Northern Wei dynasty, 36 bodhisattvas opened a translation field on the mountain at the same time. The Buddha's light shone everywhere. 800 years ago, the founder of the Zen sect, Yi, crossed the sea and taught the Mahayana wall temple. Finally, it became the ancestral court of Buddhism. For hundreds of years, Buddhism and Taoism had been fighting. Every 10 years, they would debate with Taoism. Buddhism would send monks from this temple to discuss with Mount Longhu. But it was different from the ancestral court of Taoism. There were not many rules here. Anyone could go up the mountain and go anywhere on the mountain. Here, the mountain was high, the temple was high, the tower was high, the Dharma was high, and the mountain was high. But like the name of the temple, Tu-Zen, it did not have a name. This was the world's #1 Tu-Zen temples. Some people said that the reason why this temple was called Two Dhyanas was because it cultivated self-meditation and other meditation, namely, meditation of oneself and meditation of others. But for more than 1,000 years, there did not seem to be a unified official statement. The two Zen temples also did not explain anything. At the back of the mountain, there was a forest of pagodas at the foot of the mountain. It was the burial place of the eminent monks of the two Zen temples. There were more than 1,000 of them. The size of the pagodas were different. The two Zen temples did not intend to make this a forbidden area. But the believers were devout and did not dare to set foot here. Over time, very few people came here to observe. There was 1,000 Buddha hall at the edge of the forest of pagodas. The walls were painted with hundreds of meters long fist manuals. There were 108 potholes on the floor. It was said that they were the footprints of Luohan. Thousands of people came to see thousands of fists. Therefore, it was praised that the world's fists were called Tu-Zen. On the east side of the 10,000 Buddha hall, there was a small outhouse where a nameless white-robed monk lived all year round. If it wasn't for the fact that the bald man was wearing a kasaya, he wouldn't have looked like a monk at all. Not only did this white-robed middle-aged monk drink and eat meat, the most outrageous thing was that he had a wife. He even had a daughter who grew up in the temple. No matter how one looked at him, he was a middle-aged drunkard monk with evil deeds. Fortunately, apart from his unruly lifestyle, he did not make enemies with others. He only took in a good-tempered little disciple. In addition, his daughter was lively and liked to climb up and down the mountain. It was said that the oldest abbot in the temple liked this child very much. The white-robed monk inadvertently got into trouble several times and was chased and punished by the old-fashioned senior monks in the commandment yard. So he asked his daughter to go to the abbot's room to ask for a few sticks of sugar-coated haws to satisfy her cravings. As long as the old abbot looked at his little daughter, he would immediately calm down. The disciple of this middle-aged monk who guarded the pagoda forest was not simple. At a young age, he became a preaching monk in the temple and was allowed to wear a light red kasaya that covered his left shoulder. The little monk's Dharma name was Ichan. It was very strange, but compared to his master's Dharma name, it didn't seem strange. On a sunny day, the poor little monk sat in front of the outhouse and washed a large basin of his master and mistress' clothes. He sighed. On the day of the Lantern Festival, he went down the mountain to watch the Lantern Festival. In the end, he was accidentally dragged to Mount Longhu by that thing. At the Taoist master's residence, he had a few words with Mr. White Lotus. Fortunately, he wasn't locked up and beaten. However, as soon as he returned to the temple, he suffered a calamity. His mistress was indeed lazy. She didn't wash so many dirty clothes and didn't mind piling them in the room. She didn't want to leave until she returned to the temple. Moreover, it was clearly that thing's idea to sneak out to play. When my master and mistress saw that thing, they were still so kind. When they turned to look at me, they changed their expressions. When I ate, even the rice in my bowl was much less. Sigh, this thing should be going down the mountain with his mistress to buy rouge and face powder. Master was actually quite pitiful. A drunk monk in white clothes walked out of the outhouse. He was very tall and sat down next to the little monk. He also had a bitter face. The little monk didn't even want to look at him. In fact, his master didn't have it easy either. The little monk washed the clothes until his waist and back ached. He was very bored, so he could only casually ask, "Master, when I went up the mountain, I heard that a famous monk from the south came to the temple. He's fighting with Abbot Huining for territory. Who do you think will win?" The monk in white yawned and unhappily said, "A foreign monk is good at chanting scriptures. Besides, your martial uncle Huining's fighting skills are about the same as yours. He most likely won't win." The little monk curled his lips and angrily said, "You're not willing to teach me profound martial arts. What can I do? I've looked at the martial arts manuals on the 3 walls of the Thousand Buddha Hall for so many years, but I really can't see how powerful they are." This master didn't have the slightest sense of responsibility and half-heartedly said, "That's why that thing said you're an idiot." The stupid north-south sighed and said, "Master, do you think I'll be able to create a Buddhist relic in this lifetime? If I can't, I think it's better for me to go practice martial arts. That thing always likes to run down the mountain. I'm afraid she'll be bullied. I can't beat her." The monk in white thought for a moment and said, "If that's the case, then you can first use those 8 or 9-year-old novice monks in the temple as punching bags. After a while, you'll become a master." The little monk said angrily, "You've said this before. Last year, I listened to you and went to beat up a novice monk. In the end, the monk's master came to scold me. You, on the other hand, just ran away. Master's wife almost pulled my ear off." The middle-aged monk pretended to be surprised and said, "There's such a thing." The little monk, who had accepted his fate, lowered his head and fiercely rubbed his dirty clothes. There was no movement for a long time. The little monk turned his head and saw that his master was looking up at the cloudless sky in a daze. He couldn't help but ask, "Master, what are you looking at?" The monk in white stretched out a finger and pointed. The little monk instinctively looked at his master's finger. Very quickly, his master knocked him on the head and scolded, "You're not convinced that you're an idiot. I've already pointed it out for you. What are you looking at? With such a slow comprehension, you still want to burn a Buddhist relic after you die." The stupid north-south first wiped his wet hands on his pants and then rubbed little bald head. He was ready to get to the bottom of this matter. Otherwise, he would have been beaten for nothing. "Master, you haven't told me what I'm looking at." His master said seriously, "I'm looking at the moon." The little monk rolled his eyes and said, "Master, can you see it in broad daylight?" No wonder his master's Buddhist name was No Zen. The monk in white raised his head and said softly, "Sigh, the first time I saw your master's wife, it was under the moonlight. Stupid north-south, I miss your master's wife again." The little monk said angrily, "Just think about it. Why are you telling me?" His master asked, "Don't you miss her?" The stupid north-south immediately laughed foolishly. He washed his clothes more diligently and said naively, "Of course I do. Why wouldn't I?" His master knocked him on the head again and then said earnestly, "Why are you telling your master about the things you miss? You know that she's my daughter, but you still get beaten up by me. You idiot, I've taught you so many profound Buddhist teachings in vain." The little monk said angrily, "If you hit me again, be careful that you don't have an epiphany. At that time, I'll become a Buddha and burn a Buddhist relic. Then, I'll be able to see if she's paying attention to you." His master said disdainfully, "Epiphany is what I taught you. As for the Buddhist relic, I don't care about it at all. Don't pretend to be a hero in front of me. If you have the ability, go to your master's wife and raise your voice." The little monk was filled with grief and indignation, but he did not make a sound. The stupid north-south only found out that his master was more profound than he had imagined after he left the mountain. There was a saying at the foot of the mountain. His master, who had also grown up on the mountain, spent 6 years in Gonlu and read all the scriptures in the world. He felt that there were many sects and all of them had different doctrines. His master said that he wanted to sacrifice himself and go thousands of miles away to seek a big foundation. Thus, he went west to seek Buddhism. He left for 15 years. Isn't Lantu a mountain in the western regions far enough? But his master wanted to go even further. He obtained the Yogi's Treatise on Earth, to unify all the different doctrines. He studied in a temple in the far west for 10 years and mastered 50 scriptures. He returned in the 31st year of Ganlu. When he arrived at Great Peace City, it was said that even the emperor personally came out of the palace to welcome him. There were hundreds of thousands of spectators lining the streets, fighting to see the white-clothed monk. Thus, there was a snow pavilion in the temple. The late emperor personally wrote the words "White Snow Heart Reflecting Pearl." If he only came here, the little monk, stupid north-south, would definitely feel like he was listening to a story. Later, his master brought up the idea of becoming a Buddha on the spot in the temple. This was contrary to the orthodoxy of Zen. As a result, his master's 15-year journey became a farce and he was almost chased out of the 2 Zen temples. His master's so-called every action is in the Taoist field, whether it is the heart or the feelings, all return to the sea of nature, was only slightly recognized in recent years. No matter what, the scene of hundreds of thousands of people kneeling and worshipping Buddha together in the capital was no longer there. Fortunately, his master had one thing that the little monk admired. No matter how the people at the foot of the mountain looked at or refuted him, it was not as effective as a single word from his master's wife. The white-clothed monk smiled and said, "Stupid north-south, your master is no longer in the mood to compete with others. I'll rely on you to carry forward the concept of epiphany." The little monk said nervously, "Master, don't. You have your master's wife, but don't I have my master's wife? Most likely, I won't be able to take care of your Zen." The white-clothed monk looked a little annoyed. He touched his big bald head and laughed. "I really envy you, stupid. Your master has no Zen to talk about." The little monk sighed. His master said softly, "It's going to rain. It's going to be sunny. It can't be, right? It's going to rain. Master." Why do you always say such nonsense? Aren't all the Dharma in the scriptures like this? Keep your voice down. If the abbot hears you, he'll deduct our copper coins again. Tacky. You want to burn a Buddhist relic like this? What's wrong? I want to become a Buddha because I don't have money to buy my master's rouge. Otherwise, why would I burn myself to ask for a Buddhist relic? Chapter 189. Oh, not bad, not bad. You have the ability to comprehend and have a good foundation. You are indeed my disciple. Master, if that's the case, why don't you help me wash some clothes? You're asking for a beating. Hutting County in Gangnam-do was not famous for its plump lotus peony, but for a dissolute widow with the surname Su. She had married from Bailiang and had cursed 2 of her husbands to death. Both of her husbands were top-notch nobles in the area. One of them was ranked 2nd in the imperial examination and had passed away in the imperial examination. It was supposed to be a joyous occasion, but he had died an unnatural death. The other one was not bad either. He was ranked 3rd in the imperial examination and had also passed away suddenly after marrying the widow surnamed Su. Therefore, people in Gangnam-do jokingly asked if the next top scorer would be the one to suffer. However, this widow had recently hooked up with a scholar from Jiangxin County next door. That man was the son of an elegant official in Gangnam-do. His father's generation were all literary heroes. This man's surname was Lu Lighting, also known as Mr. Qingjai. At the age of 14, he could compose beautiful poems and was proficient in voice and rhythm. He was especially immersed in playing the zither and was famous for his culinary skills. He had a unique style among the scholars in Gangnam-do. His first wife was also from a big family and had both integrity and talent. However, after meeting the widow, Lu Lighting went crazy and wanted to divorce her. Originally, it was just a matter between 2 families. At most, it would be a joke in Gangnam-do. However, for some reason, Lu Lighting's wife had an inextricable relationship with an imperial concubine in the capital. That imperial concubine was extraordinary, and the precepts for women, that all women in the world had to read, was written by her. When such a scandal reached the ears of the imperial concubine in Gangnam-do, she naturally flew into a rage. This imperial concubine was extremely favored in the imperial palace and was even treated as a sister by Empress Zhao. Therefore, when she frowned, it was not too far off from the anger of the emperor. Therefore, the high-ranking officials in Gangnam-do no longer dared to have any thoughts of watching the drama and braced themselves to denounce her. Although Lu Lighting wrote a moral essay that made people want to slap the table in praise, it did not seem very manly. When he saw that even the imperial concubine in the palace was angry, he immediately sobered up. First, he wrote a poem to break off all relations and sent it to the widow's door. Then, he went to his wife and bitterly complained to a group of scholars that he was on good terms about how the seductive widow had seduced him. For a moment, the pitiful woman surnamed Su was besieged on all sides. If it were not for her family's strong background, she would have drowned in the spit of saliva. Lu Lighting's wife even specially went to Baogwa Temple to burn incense and slapped her, calling her a slut. That seductive widow was not angry at all and only smiled faintly. It was unclear whether it was a bitter smile or a sneer. At that time, the scholars who were present to watch the drama were all moved. The peonies of Baogwa Temple were the best in Jiangnan. According to the study of geography, the earth veins of Hutting County were the most suitable for peonies. That was why they were able to cultivate such beautiful flowers. At that time, Hutting County's two unique peonies, Yao Huang and Wei Zi, were sent to the capital as tributes. The flowers bloomed and withered for 20 days. The entire capital was in a frenzy. There were no less than 100 types of peonies in Baogwa Temple. Other than the Yao Huang and Wei Zi that were known as the Queen of the Peonies, there were many other treasures such as Green Dragon Crouching Lake, Xiaofun, Flesh Hibiscus, and so on. The biggest pilgrim in Baogwa Temple was the widow Su, who was currently being condemned by everyone. Every 1st and 15th day of the month, she would come to burn incense and worship, rain or shine. She only loved the peonies, Xiaofun. In the backyard of the temple, there was a Xiaofun that was as big as a bucket. Its branches and leaves were scattered, dripping and clustered, and it was staggered out of the eaves. Due to her illustrious family background and eccentric style in Hutting County, this unique peonies had almost become her exclusive ornamental attraction. Today was the 15th day of the month. The first day of the month was the day she was slapped in the face by Mrs. Liu. She brought a personal maid into the backyard. When she left home to get married, she brought many servants and maids with her, but she was not close to any of them. Only this maid, who came from a poor family, liked her very much for no reason. She was strict in governing her family. There were few servants in the residence who did not harbor fear in their hearts. Only this maid, whom she named Xiao Er, knew how to repay kindness and protected her master in all respects. Today, when she got off the horse and walked into the temple, countless people were secretly pointing at her. The little maid was angry. Now that there was no one around, she bitterly defended the injustice and said, "Miss, these pilgrims are really hateful. If they want to burn incense, then they should burn incense. Why are they secretly laughing when they see Miss?" The widow, who was not yet 30 years old, pinched the maid's face and said with a charming smile, "You still have a conscience." The little maid said indignantly, "Miss, that Lu Lighting is too much." During those days, he was the one who pestered Miss like a dog's skin plaster. In the end, the villain complained first. "Are those scholars who are well-read all blind? Why are they all speaking up for him?" The pretty widow could not help but laugh. She bent down to look at a gorgeous peony. She pinched off a small petal the size of a fingernail with her fingers and sniffed it. She squinted her eyes and said with a smile, "Aren't most men in the world like this? What's there to be angry about? It's not worth it to be angry about it." The little maid said timidly, "Miss, let's talk about something." The widow was amused and said, "Oh, are you thinking of love? Which scholar have you taken a fancy to? Tell me, if he's really not bad." The little maid shook her head desperately and bit her lips. She looked up with a determined face and said, "Miss, the shrew in Lu Lighting's house is too hateful. I heard that she often goes to Mount Qing Temple to worship. I want to slap her in the face. I beg Miss not to plead for Chow Chow. If I'm beaten to death, I'll be beaten to death. I want to help Miss vent her anger. I know Miss is not having a good day today, so please don't worry about me anymore." She was stunned for a moment. She gently pinched the pedal with 2 fingers and laughed involuntarily. "I didn't feel sorry for you in vain. But you're just a little girl, why are you involved? If you're slapped in the face, then you're slapped." Chapter 190. The little girl was so anxious that she cried. Her face was full of tears as she sobbed, "No, as long as I think about Miss being bullied for no reason, I want to fight that shrew with my life. If Miss didn't save me, I would have been defiled by that wicked person. I've never studied and can't read, but when my parents were alive, they always said that I should remember other people's good deeds. I remember Miss's good deeds the most." The widow wiped the little girl's tears and said softly, Okay, I didn't want to say it, but seeing you like this, I'll tell you so that you can rest assured. As for me, I purposely kept that slap. You also know that I have an unruly younger brother. He's very busy on this trip. Originally, I wasn't sure if this younger brother would first visit his second sister or come to Huting County to visit me, his eldest sister. If he heard about this slap, wouldn't he have rushed over to my place? His second sister cares about the world and doesn't care about this. I can't do that. I always like to fight. It's rare that I don't suffer in life. This is one of my few pleasures." The little girl nodded vigorously and said, "Yes. I know that Mrs. younger brother is Bailiang, His Royal Highness. The servants in the mansion always like to whisper about His Highness, but every time they see me, they shut up." The widow rubbed the little girl's ears and said with a smile, "With you as my ear, who in the mansion dares to gossip? If I find out, won't they be skinned and have their tendons pulled out?" The little girl finally smiled through her tears. Her miss seemed to be in a good mood every time she talked about His Highness. The widow's brows really relaxed a bit. She said with a smile, "My younger brother has been good-looking since he was young. We don't plant many peonies at home, but every time the flowers bloom, I'll take him to admire the flowers. I pick them and put them on his head. He's prettier than a girl. Unfortunately, it's going to rain in a few days. I don't know if he can make it in time." The little girl wiped her face with her sleeve and said innocently, "The Bodhisattva will definitely protect Miss from the rain." The widow whispered softly, "Little girl, how can you understand the pain of the heartless wind and rain breaking up a romantic romance?" The little girl, who couldn't hear clearly, asked curiously, "What did Miss say?" The widow teased, "You won't understand even if I tell you." As if she was afraid that the little servant girl would do something stupid, the widow said softly, "When my little brother arrives at the Jiangnan circuit, you will know how those noble scholars and rich children who usually have their eyes at the top of their heads are not worth anything." At the top of the mountain was the residence of the Taoist master, where the nobles of purple and yellow gathered. At the foot of the mountain was a dilapidated old Taoist temple where a pair of master and disciple depended on each other. The master, the old Taoist master, wanted his disciple to improve. At first, the old Taoist master's ultimate skill was the dream of spring and autumn. This was a Taoist secret art that even the 4 great Taoist masters couldn't practice. The disciple didn't want to learn or listen to it. Until one day, the old Taoist master was enlightened. He took a letter from the Bailiang His Royal Highness and purposely said that it was from Su Fingnian. In the letter, he hoped that Huang Manor could learn this spring and autumn Taoist method that could make one sleep for 500 years. As a result, he did it by accident. His foolish disciple pricked up his ears and really learned the dream of spring and autumn with all his heart. It wasn't difficult to memorize this method, but the difficult part was how to operate the chi. The great yellow kingdom sought thick, but the dream of spring and autumn was the opposite. It sought thin, and when practiced to the peak of mystery, there would be almost no chi in the body. The reason why the old Taoist master valued his disciple Su Longxiang and humbled himself to beg the king of Bailiang was because Su Longxiang was born with great strength and was in the terrifying Vajra realm. If he learned the dream of spring and autumn, he would be like a tiger with wings. How could the old Taoist master, Zhao Shituan, not hope that there would be a second Qi Xianzhang on the mountain? As for whether Su Longxiang came from the Taoist master's residence, Zhao Shituan didn't care at all. In this life, there were many people from the Taoist master's residence who called him a traitor. In the past, it was Su Longxiang who refused to learn. As his master, the old Taoist priest had a headache. But now, the old Taoist priest Zhao still had a headache. That kid had gone berserk. He was half asleep and half awake 24 hours a day. This spring and autumn dream was simply tailor-made for Su Longxiang. The old Taoist master could have squatted with his disciple to watch the ants or the stream. Even if they couldn't talk, at least he had a companion to listen to his nagging. But now, the old Taoist master had nothing to do and was too bored. He could only count on his fingers to calculate when His Royal Highness would come to Mount Longhu. The old Taoist master, who had an extremely high seniority and an extremely strange temper, was squatting by the green dragon stream in a daze. He was fretting over why he couldn't see the beautiful girl on the raft. The disciple who never spoke walked out of the Taoist temple for the first time and squatted by the side. The old Taoist master, who was incomparably gratified, laughed and said, "My disciple, you've finally come out to take a breather." As expected, there was no response. The old Taoist master said to himself, "I've been pursuing the Tao all my life, but I can't see it clearly. I feel like it's covered by clouds and mist. In the end, when I see you, I realize that this Tao is not Tao." Su Longxiang just stared blankly at the stream. The old Taoist master sighed and said, "One day before we go down the mountain, I'll take you to see an old senior. It'll be enough if you can withstand 100 moves." Huang Manor plucked a leaf and handed it to his master. The old Taoist master took the leaf and smiled bitterly. "Your disciple, I don't know how to whistle." "Huang Manor, do you miss your brother?" The dazed Su Longxiang actually smiled and nodded. The old Taoist master felt a little sad. "Your brother will arrive when there are hawthorns on the mountain." Although the old Taoist master had heeded Bailiang's advice to dress up properly before going down the mountain, and had even specially borrowed a Zhong Kuei peachwood sword from his disciples, he was still a mess on the mountain. The straw sandals he wore were made by himself, and his Taoist robes were tattered and covered in dust. At this moment, Huang Manor lowered his head and stretched out his withered arm to pat the dust off the old Taoist master's body. The old Taoist master, who had no wife, no children, and no grandchildren for the sake of the word Tao, was stunned on the spot. In an instant, tears streamed down his face. Chapter 191. Su Fingnian left Jiaoyu Terrace and wandered around the city with Yu Yue. He saw an alley crowded with people, and there was no lack of young scholars in green robes. As he walked closer to take a look, he found that they were gambling on chess. There were people squatting, sitting, and standing. Su Fingnian then remembered that other than Xianghua Alley being a money-squandering den in Xiangfan, this Yongzi Alley was also quite famous. The people sitting against the wall in the alley were all nogi with chess pieces and chess boxes. They used the strength of their chess skills to bet different amounts to lure tourists and chess addicts who were itching to play. This kind of game was naturally difficult to attract the attention of the chess masters, but it was the best way to waste the time of the common people and poor scholars. In addition, the bets were usually no more than a dozen copper coins, so it could be considered a small gamble to entertain the mood. Su Fingnian smiled and took a bite of the marinated beef wrapped in oiled paper. In the past, he was penniless and hungry, so there was a period of time when he gambled in the alley to earn money. With his chess skills trained by scholarly Yi Shan and Su Weisheng, it was not difficult for him to win. However, there were often people of the same trade who had to make a living. Those who were reasonable would mind their own business, but those who were unreasonable would use the fact that they were locals to drive His Royal Highness away. In addition, there were rules to winning chess. One could not kill the dragon easily, but one had to keep a sense of propriety and win a few pieces. Otherwise, if the opponent was defeated, they would not be willing to continue playing chess. This was the vulgar truth that Su Fingnian was forced to slowly understand. His Royal Highness had LV Yangshu and the other two stand further away, leaving only Ningame standing behind him. He pulled Yu Yue and found a gap to make use of. The player who placed the bet was a young man who looked like a down-and-out student. His clothes were mended and his shoes and socks were white. In front of him, there were 10 chess pieces placed on the chessboard. This meant that if the player who placed the chess pieces lost, he would have to pay 10 sets of money. Usually, only 2 or 3 chess pieces would be placed on the board. It was rare to see 5 chess pieces. It could be seen that this nogi was quite confident. Su Fingnian squatted down and was hesitating whether he should take out a few copper coins to place his bet. When he looked up, he saw that the player was blind. How could he play this game? As if accustomed to this situation, the blind player warmly said, "It's okay. When I hear the sound of a chess piece being placed, I will know where to place it." Su Fingnian nodded and said, "I'll place a bet of 10 copper coins." The blind player took out his money pouch from his sleeve and weighed it in his hand. With an ashamed expression, he said softly, "Young master, if I lose, I will owe you 16 copper coins. If you don't mind, I have a chess manual that has been passed down from my ancestors. It should be worth that amount." Su Fingnian smiled and said, "Okay." Su Fingnian didn't really care about chess manuals. There were countless chess manuals in the Tide Listening Pavilion that could make famous chess players go crazy, such as the Peach Blossom Spring Chess Manual, the Exquisite South Sea Game Manual, the Immortal Bestowment Manual, and so on. His Highness could pile them up into a small mountain, let alone now that the chess board had turned from 15 to 19. Usually, the older a chess manual was, the less valuable it was. Generally speaking, the strength of the muscles in the hands of ancient and modern chess players was getting stronger and stronger. The blind player, who was sitting cross-legged against the wall, had a box of black chess pieces under his knees. He spread out his hand slightly and gestured for Su Fingnian to go first with white. Although this nogi was dressed shabbily, his bearing was not to be underestimated. His every move revealed the refined and ancient style of a true aristocratic family. Before the official match, both sides would place 2 chess pieces on opposite sides of the board, which were called positions. These were the positions of ancient chess pieces. To a large extent, they limited the advantage of going first. Moreover, they were destined to fight fiercely in the middle of the board. Su Fingnian passed the marinated beef to Yu Yue and took the lead to place a 3-6. This position was rated as the best aggressive position by the self-proclaimed Huang Sanja Grandmaster, Huang Longshi. The young blind player's expression was calm. Indeed, he could distinguish positions by listening. The black chess piece was placed with a 9-3 and was in a stalemate with the white chess piece. Following that, each of the 9 black and white chess pieces were placed with the same style as their predecessors. Yu Yue's father, who was watching from the side, was once an illustrious chess master in West Chu. When he was studying at Shangyin Academy, he was only defeated by Huang Longshi, who was said to have unparalleled battle prowess. Since young, she had been influenced by her father's chess style. Naturally, she was proficient in chess theory. Perhaps even the small Beiliang chess player Liu Yi of Wudong Garden would not dare to say that he could win against Yu Yue. Yu Yue was somewhat disappointed when they saw each other's 10 moves. However, Su Fengnian's 11 moves made Yu Yue's eyes brighten. The blind player was also slightly stagnant. He no longer placed his chess piece at lightning speed. After thinking for a moment, he picked up his piece and placed it again. As the old saying goes, a chess piece is born from a break. Su Fengnian's next few moves were all born from this break. It could be said that this was an ingenious move. The blind player endured patiently all the way. Finally, the black 18 made the first move before the corner was settled. 5 or 6 flew attacks. Yu Yue frowned and pondered deeply. This move had as many as 44 changes. She subconsciously looked at Su Fengnian. He was still calm and collected. His speed of placing chess pieces was the same from beginning to end. When the white 43 moved gently, the chessboard was instantly filled with murderous intent. Yu Yue watched with trepidation. This move was really too ferocious. The white 59 flew to add and the 83 pointed attack was similarly aggressive. Unexpectedly, the blind player's situation was like a small boat in the ocean. It swayed but did not fall. After the black 18 moves, victory was already firmly in his grasp. Su Fengnian very calmly admitted defeat. Su Fengnian took out another 10 copper coins and said, "Still 10 wens." The blind player played white first. In this game, Su Fengnian stirred up the smoke early, and the blind player calmly responded. Yu Yue vaguely saw some clues. Su Fengnian was extremely aggressive, but the blind player was not the same as most people. The most important thing was the formation of the terrain. Some of the moves that seemed to be casually placed could always resonate with the middle game and even the ending game. If Su Fengnian did not rely on endless tricks to forcibly set off waves of unreasonable killing, the two games would not have lasted more than 200 moves. At the moment, Su Weisheng, who was a woman of great talent, changed 15 to 19, and broke the position system. In Yu Yue's view, the blind player who was slightly better than His Royal Highness was destined to amaze the world. Moreover, it was hard to say whether this player was hiding his strength or not. Indeed, it was a case of hidden dragons in the marketplace and crouching tigers in the alley. Again. Su Fengnian, who had lost 2 games in a row, chuckled softly. This time, he played white and started with 2 swallows. This routine was once widely spread, but in the past 50 years, the most outstanding national players had all abandoned it in the fierce battles of the Summit Challenge. Huang Longshi even said that the 2 swallows were too tight at the beginning and lost its mellow flavor. It could be said that he had given this classic layout a death sentence. Su Fengnian simply sat on the ground. As a result, he changed to a more comfortable position. On the chessboard, he was defeated like a mountain. He easily lost 3 games in a row. There was already a pile of 30 copper coins in front of the blind player. Su Fengnian raised his head and looked at the sky through the eaves of Yongzi Alley. It was already time for dinner. However, it was rare to meet Nogi, who was so good at chess. He waved his hand and called Xu Xiu to his side, asking her to go to the wine shop to get some food. Soon, Xu Xiu carried a large food box with 4 pairs of bowls and chopsticks. After Yang Qingfeng tested that the food was not poisonous, Xu Xiu dared to put it in front of Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "I don't plan to leave for a while. Do you want to eat some?" The blind player did not care about trifles and nodded with a smile. Yu Yue was a pampered girl who lived like a princess. She did not feel like she was losing her composure when eating with Su Fengnian. The halberd Ningame, on the other hand, was standing and wolfing down the food in a few mouthfuls. As Nogi ate slowly, he even took the initiative to talk to Su Fengnian about the gains and losses of the 3 defeats. When he talked about Su Fengnian's skillful moves, he did not hide his admiration. When he talked about his moves, he also straightforwardly pointed out the shortcomings. Su Fingnian frequently nodded and benefited a lot. They chatted happily. Su Fingnian smiled and asked the blind player if he had learned from a famous chess master. The blind player shook his head and said that his family background was ordinary. Before he lost his sight, he had just started playing chess. After losing his sight, he had no one to rely on and could only play chess as a companion. He had been playing chess in Yongzi Alley for almost 10 years. The money he earned was only enough for him to eat and wear. Whenever he had free time, he would buy chess manuals and did not save a single bit of money. As he spoke, the blind player patted his head and took out a few Confucian classics from his bag. He handed them to Su Fingnian, whose but could only touch the floor. He chuckled and said, "Cushion." Su Fingnian took the books and took out 2 to give to Yu Wei, whose legs were already numb. He smiled and said, "Isn't this inappropriate? It's a disgrace to the teachings of the saints." The blind player smiled and shook his head. Propriety, justice, integrity, and shame are not in the books. Su Fingnian was no longer pretentious. He ate and drank to his heart's content with the wild chess player in front of him who had won 31 from him. Once again, smoke rose from the 19 paths. Su Fingnian repeatedly lost and did not feel tired. When the blind chess soldiers came, he blocked the water, and when the earth blocked the earth. His chess pieces were crisp and his expression was calm. The 10 games in Yongzi Alley were fought until the sky turned dark. From noon to dusk to moonlight, the dust settled. Su Fingnian lost 10 games in a spurt of energy and paid 100 copper coins. Nogi had already left Yongzi Alley. Su Fingnian sat cross-legged in front of a Confucian classic. He looked at the losing game on the chessboard and sighed heavily. He said, "With your skill, you can compete with Su Weisheng from the Yin Academy." Chapter 192. Wild Chess Master shook his head and said, "Normal people only have one side when they play chess. I can barely have 2 sides. Today's famous chess masters can take care of 3 sides. Mr. Wei Xiong and Huang Sanjiao both play 4 sides. How would I dare to be an ant trying to shake a big tree? But if I can play a game with Mr. Wei Xiong in this life, I will have no regrets even if I die." Su Fingnian helped to pack up the chess pieces and put them in the box. Then he stood up and joked, "I don't have the state of being willing to die at night like you. It's not wrong to lose to you. Hey, Shangyin Academy's famous Donghu 10 positions, we also have Yongzi 10 positions. Let's part ways here." The blind Nogi smiled and said, "I'll give these books to you, young master." Su Fingnian understood immediately. 2 of the books had been under Yu Wei's but for a long time. Nogi must have heard the news and knew that they were his family. To avoid suspicion, it would be inappropriate to ask for them back. Su Fingnian took out another 10 coins and gave it to the thin chess player behind him. He joked, "Take the last 10 coins as buying 2 pounds of etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame from you." The chess player hesitated but still accepted it. He smiled gently and said, "Young master doesn't lack these." Su Fingnian laughed and left. The blind chess player packed up his luggage and stood alone in the quiet alley. He faced the entrance of the alley and bowed deeply. Su Fingnian walked out of Yongzi Alley and rode back. He clicked his tongue and said, "There's such a powerful person in this small Yongzi Alley." Yu Wei frowned and asked, "He's an assassin?" Su Fingnian couldn't help but laugh. He rested his chin on Yu Wei's head and said helplessly, "You think too much. I'm just lamenting that blind chess master Mu's amazing chess skills. He claimed that he could only play on 2 sides of the chessboard, but he was too modest. I dare say that second sister would lose 2 or 3 out of 10 games against him. It must be because he has never talked with a top national player, so he doesn't know how good he is." Yu Wei nodded and said, "This person is good at playing chess by giving up in order to take, bending in order to stretch, and has a broad vision. However, that wasn't all. In the 9th round, he was angered by your unreasonable move. That was why he revealed his extraordinary strength even in a head-on battle. If he really comes from an ordinary family and is self-taught after losing his sight, then there is no doubt that he is a natural talent in chess. Su Fengnian said softly, his eyes were blinded. Yu Yue was stunned. Su Fengnian sighed ruefully, every family has its own difficulties. This heir isn't interested in the bitterness behind it. Yu Yue rubbed Wu Meinyang's head and asked, have you never thought of inviting him to your side as an advisor? Su Fengnian shook his head and said, being good at chess doesn't mean that you'll be able to become an official. I've already lost 100 copper coins, so I won't gamble again. Yu Yue smiled but didn't say anything. His Royal Highness chess skills were not weak. Presumably, losing 10 games in a row had already caused him to lose a lot of face. He was too embarrassed to have any further contact with that blind chess master. Su Fengnian said without reason, let's see how King of Jing and Zhao Heng's gambling luck is. Su Fengnian suddenly said with a bitter face, it's over. Laozi's gambling luck is so bad today. My loss is another gain. Zhao Heng, that old turtle, is most likely going to make a lot of money. Yu Yue asked doubtfully, what's wrong? Su Fengnian muttered a few curses but didn't say anything. In Yongzi Alley, the young blind chess master struggled to carry his luggage. It was only 2 boxes of chess pieces and a few chess manuals, but he was already exhausted. The blind chess master silently mocked himself for being a useless scholar. He walked a few steps and raised a warm smile. 10 games in Yongzi Alley, he had earned a total of 100 copper coins. In the past 2 years in Yongzi Alley, other than deliberately showing weakness, he had never really lost a game. The local chess lovers in Xiangfan were no longer willing to let him gamble. Only some foreign guests who came to Yongzi Alley to play would take the bait. Therefore, earning 100 copper coins a day was a rare good situation. Moreover, that young master was extremely interesting. His family background was naturally excellent. He was blind but not blind. Such a young master with a superior family background was actually good at chess. In these years, it was very difficult for him to spend time and effort to play chess. When he was young, he was happy to win and was even happier to lose. Now that he had been winning and never losing, his interest in playing chess had decreased. He was afraid that one day he would really play chess just to make a living. If that day really came, it would be the day when his chess skills stopped. Thinking of his bleak background, the blind chess master's face was cold, as if he had forgotten how to mourn. In this world, it was better to be blind and not look at it. If he could meet a few kind-hearted young masters who played 10 games, perhaps he would regret piercing his own eyes. But after his family declined and he was like a stray dog, in order to survive, he played chess for 10 years. How many people did he meet? When he reached the corner of the alley, the blind chess master was stopped. A dignified voice sounded, "My master wants to see you." The blind chess master calmly said, "I don't want to see him." Not far away, a carriage stopped. In the carriage, a graceful man was holding the record of the blind chess master's background. The ink on the paper had not dried yet. It was obvious that he had just picked up the brush and written it. There were 10 games in Yongzi Alley, and there were no less than hundreds of people watching the game. Even the young chess master who was in the game did not think much of it. He just thought that he was lucky to have met a kind-hearted young master. He did not know that when the first game ended, the news had spread to the most powerful place in Xiangfan City. When the third game was played, the chess master had already sent the servants to thoroughly investigate the identity of the blind chess master. When the 8th game ended, the man in the carriage was still hesitating on how to deal with it. It was not until the 9th game that he saw the young chess master's true chess skills that he smiled and personally left the mansion. He had been patiently waiting until now. When he had the last few pages of the blind chess master's 10 years of gambling records, he felt that he could be more patient. Therefore, when his personal bodyguard outside the carriage said that the blind chess master had disappeared, he was not angry that the blind chess master had eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. Moreover, the blind chess master was blind. The man burned a few pages of paper that was nothing more than a few hundred words and a story about the life of an ant. He then got off his horse and walked to the blind chess player who had a strong character. He slowly said, "Lu Su, from Haichang County, Qingzhou. Your grandfather, Lu Yu, was a Confucian of the previous generation. Your father, Brother Lu, is not bad either. There are 3 heroes in your family. You majored in classics and history. You never thought that when you were writing the history of West Chu, you would say a few words of justice for a scholar. You were almost killed. You stabbed yourself in the eyes and cut off your official career to save your life. For the past 10 years, you have been gambling chess in Yongzi Alley during the day and playing the zither for prostitutes in Xianghua Alley at night. You have earned dirty money. Do you know that your enemy has become the county chief of Haichang County?" The blind chess player calmly said, "This money is not dirty." The middle-aged man smiled and asked, "Regardless of whether the money is dirty or not, let me ask you. Do you want to show your talent and not try to make a living in 2 alleys?" The young chess player smiled and said, "Although it is already night, Lu Su still doesn't want to dream." The man laughed and said, "I heard that you once said, my generation has thousands of books and tens of thousands of talents, but if I want to sell them, I will only sell them to the royal family." The blind chess player frowned and said, "This kind of nonsense that only reads books for a few days and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It can't be taken seriously." The man said in a low voice, "But I will take it seriously this time." The blind chess player smiled bitterly and said, "Now that things have come to this, you still won't let go of the Lu family." The man with a string of prayer beads on his hand said calmly, "My surname is Zhao and my name is Heng." The royal family. How can one be considered a royal family? Is one king of Jing'an enough? In the Prince of Jing'an's residence, Zhao Sun was completely baffled as he found his imperial father in the study copying Buddhist scriptures. He quietly asked, "I heard that imperial father brought back a blind chess player carrying a zither. What's the deep meaning?" The king of Jing'an smiled and said, "This person is the last member of the Lu family in Haichang County. In terms of chess, no one in the manor can beat him. You can take care of him since it won't cost much anyway. If he's just a good-for-nothing on the chessboard, you can treat him as a dog that won't bite. If he's really talented, you can take him as an advisor in the manor and polish him. In the future, you can deal with the governor of Haichang County, Yuhan Liang, in front of him, and then he'll be sincere in giving advice. A scholar will die for his bosom friend. This is a principle that the ancients have said so many times. You have to remember it well. Also, when it comes to getting along with these scholars, you have to put away the method you used to communicate with Wei Wei and his gang of debauches. Don't rely on your status to oppress others. Not all scholars in the world are stupid. Their minds are the most delicate. Maybe they can't see the big picture, but it's not difficult to see if they're conceited or self-abased. Father will teach you one thing. When dealing with these scholars, you have to treat them as the king of Jing'an and his royal highness. You have to treat them as you treat them as the king of Jing'an." Zhao Sun smiled and said, "I know. Father, if you put yourself in their shoes, you already have the heart of Buddha." The king of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, narrowed his eyes and smiled. "I don't need you to flatter me." Zhao Sun carefully left the study. Zhao Heng continued to copy the Buddhist scriptures with a soft brush. When he finished, he said coldly, "Lu Su, this king keeps you around because he wants to tell you a story in a few days. This king is so generous. If he doesn't have a bosom friend who has no bearing on the overall situation, it'll be too boring." Chapter 193. When Su Fingnian returned to the inn, he went to Jiang Ni's room since he had nothing to do. He saw an old man and a young man scribbling on the table. There were two small white porcelain bowls, one filled with water and the other with wine. The two of them dipped their fingers in the wine and started scribbling on the table. At this moment, the little clay figurine probably felt that the old god of swords scribbling had crossed the line and invaded her territory. Therefore, she puffed up her cheeks and glared at him. The old god of swords had no choice but to restrain his interest. He lowered his head and sucked all the wine on the table into his mouth. When Jiang Yan'ai saw Su Fingnian enter the room, she quickly wiped away the water scribbles on the table with her sleeves. Su Fingnian teased, practicing calligraphy with the old senior. You might as well secretly practice swordsmanship with him. You can't possibly lend out your talisman for free. The old senior can just casually teach you a few moves and you'll be able to throw me 10 streets away. If you accidentally learn Green Gall's sleeves, TSK, the pugilistic world will definitely give you the title of female sword immortal. How impressive would that be? Even Wang Xianji or Dong Tai would have to be polite to you when they meet. When the time comes, you must remember to tell the experts that Jiang Yan'ai, was once a maidservant of that idiot Su Fingnian. Just thinking about it makes me feel awesome. Jiang Yan'ai angrily said, why do you care if I practice calligraphy? Who wants to be your maidservant? Who wants to practice swordsmanship to give you face? Su Fingnian sat down and mischievously asked, are you afraid that you won't be able to endure the hardship of practicing swordsmanship? Jiang Yan'ai wanted to grab the bowl and smash it. However, His Royal Highness had already anticipated this and used his winter embroidery knife to stop her hand and the bowl. He smiled and said, don't fight. I don't have time to mess around with you today. I'm here to learn from the old senior. If you like to listen, then sit to the side. If you don't, then I'll have to trouble you to take 2 steps forward. Jiang Yan'ai clenched her teeth and said, this is my room. Su Fingnian ignored the stray cat whose tail had been stepped on. He summarized the dozen or so moves he had extracted from the numerous secret manuals to the old god of swords. At first, Li Chungang seemed to be very impatient. He picked at his earwax and flicked it away. Toward the end of Su Fingnian's narration, although the old man was still crossing his legs, he no longer picked at his earwax to disgust Su Fingnian. He picked up the porcelain bowl that only had half a bowl of wine left and drank as he listened. He did not nod or shake his head. When Su Fingnian saw the drowsy expression on the elderly god of swords' face, he unwillingly dissected it again in detail. He mentioned the names of the books on the origins of the dozen or so styles, and then explained how he believed the dozen or so styles should be connected and integrated. In the end, the elderly god of swords only squinted his eyes and drank the wine. Su Fingnian was a little discouraged. He reached out to pick up the small bowl of ginger used to practice calligraphy and drank the water in one gulp. The little mud man was very vexed that he didn't throw in half a gene of arsenic earlier. Su Fingnian, whose mouth was dry, drank half the bowl of water and stared blankly at the old god of swords who had not moved for a long time. Jiang Yan'ai, who did not understand anything, gloated, 3-legged cat. 3-legged cat. Not worthy, not worthy. The word not worthy naturally came from the words of the white-clothed guanyin outside Xiangfan City. These days, Jiang Yan'ai had been using this to mock His Royal Highness. It was very satisfying. Wang Xianji's age is actually about the same as mine and Qi Xuanzhen's, but in terms of fame, he was many years later. Back then, he was also like you, picking up the wisdom of others, taking the inferior path of learning from others. Every time I and some of the experts of that time fought, we could always see this fellow's figure watching the battle from afar. Unlike me, who was stuck between the two realms of celestial phenomenon and immortal for a long time, this old fellow could become more and more valiant as he fought. Now that I think about it, Everyone said that Wang Xianji's perception was unparalleled, because he could remember all the martial arts in the world with a single glance after watching a battle once. That was why he was able to break the world's swords with his bare hands. But that wasn't accurate. Wang Xianji was like a cheap practitioner of the Dan Ding sect. He would grab some of the pill stones around him, but not just the pill stones themselves, he would throw them into the cauldron and fuse them together. The old man's two-sleeved green snake would become a one-sleeved green dragon in his hands. Therefore, when the experts of the world fought against Wang Xianji, they all saw him as the best grindstone to sharpen their own cultivation. This was a good thing. Unfortunately, after they sharpened their cultivation, their abilities would improve, but they would never be able to catch up to Wang Xianji's footsteps. That was why countless experts of the world would simultaneously grumble, since Wang Xianji was born, why did he have to be born? Wang Xianji was like a cheap practitioner of the Dan Ding sect. Young fellow Su, you want to be the second Wang Xianji? Su Fingnian was astonished and speechless. The elderly sword god sneered and said with disdain, since you truly want to practice martial arts and don't even have the ambition to push Wang Xianji down from the second place, why are you still practicing the saber? Su Fingnian said helplessly, if Wang Xianji claims to be the second, who doesn't think that he is the number one martial artist? The elderly sword god shook his head and smiled faintly. Number 1. This old man didn't think so. When Wang Xianji claimed to be the second place, half of it was because he was arrogant, and the other half was because he knew his own limitations. There would always be one or two freaks in the world that couldn't be reasoned with. As for whether these freaks came from Buddhism, Taoism, or the mountains and forests of Zhanghai, only the heavens and Wang Xianji himself knew. When Qi Xuanzhen died, this old man thought that Wang Xianji would finally be able to hold his head up high. He didn't expect that Wang Xianji was still the second place. Presumably, after Qi Xuanzhen's death, a terrestrial immortal that even Wang Xianji was afraid of appeared. Otherwise, with Wang Xianji's temper, he wouldn't be so pretentious. This old man felt that this year's martial arts evaluation was trash, but the secondary evaluation wasn't tacky. The 4 people on the rankings all had the hope of giving the martial arts world a surprise before Wang Xianji died of old age. Especially the new Wudang Patriarch and Dragon Tiger Qi Xianxia, who fought on the Wudang Mountain and almost destroyed the Zhenwu Heavenly Empire. The latter had the demeanor of this old man back in the day. The bull riding that you mentioned was like Qi Xuanzhen, who didn't make a sound, but when he farted, the entire world would pinch their nose to smell it. As for you, young fellow, you are quite similar to Wang Xianji. It's a pity that Wang Xianji was a late bloomer. At your age, he could casually kill dozens of Su Fingnian. Jiang and I chuckled at the side and said, that's amazing. You're quite similar to Wang Xianji. Doesn't that mean that when you reach Wang Xianji's age, you can be ranked as the top 200 experts in the world? Su Fingnian was amused by the little mud man's words and laughed out loud. He turned his head and said, thanks for your auspicious words. I will definitely live to 100 years old. No matter what, I will live to Wang Xianji's age. Jiang and I was vexed and didn't say anything. Su Fingnian laughed and said, in the future, when I roam the martial arts world and meet an expert that I don't like, the first thing I will ask is if he is the top 200 expert in the world. The old god of swords waved his hand and said, go, go. This old man still needs to practice calligraphy with little Jiang. Su Fingnian was chased out of the room just like that. When he closed the door, he didn't forget to extend his 2 hands to Jiang and I. 1 finger on each hand meant that he would live to 100 years old, and 2 fingers on each hand meant that he was the top 200 expert in the world. Seeing this, Jiang and I was furious. After he closed the door, he said in a fit of pique, I'm not practicing calligraphy anymore. The old god of swords, who had suffered an unexpected calamity, was stunned and said, why not? Jiang and I said angrily, I'm not in the mood. The old man had a sneaky face and softly urged, "Little Jiang, try imagining that this table is little Sue's smiling face." Jiang and I hesitated for a moment and her eyes lit up. She jogged over and hurriedly poured another bowl of water. Following that, she practiced calligraphy. Every word was written with iron and silver hooks. At this moment, the old god of swords somewhat understood why little Sue liked to tease the little girl in front of him. Li Chungang held the bowl and drank a big mouthful of wine. He was even more determined to make a deal with little Sue. Looking at Jiang and I practicing calligraphy, he softly whispered and kindly reminded, "Sword and calligraphy are the same. The most important thing is to be done in one go. Little mud man, come. You read this old man's calligraphy." Jiang and I made an "oh" sound and looked at the old man's fingers. She silently recited, "Traveling to the East Sea in the morning and the West Mountain in the evening, the green snake in my sleeve is bold. When I meet injustice, I put down my cup and draw my sword, treating it as air. I shout 3 times and rush over, only to see heads falling from the sky. The world thinks I'm climbing the stairs, but I've already passed the 18th floor." When the old god of swords was writing freely, he saw that Jiang and I was not only reading, but also writing on the table without realizing it. Her fingers were not only similar to the poem he wrote on the table, but also similar in spirit. I don't practice the sword, so the sword will is naturally sufficient. Although there is no sword in my sleeves, the green snake is bold. After the old god of swords entered the world with a broken arm, this was the first time he drank wine. The sword will in the room was awe-inspiring. It was impossible to tell whose hand it was. Yu Yue lay lazily on the table. The white cat squatted in front of her and curled up like a ball of snow. Yu Yue stretched out a finger. Wu Meinyang stretched out her paws and hugged it. She looked naive and cute. The girl who was no longer the #1 courtesan in Liangzhou smiled and said, "My Meinyang is still the best. Other than eating and sleeping, you're carefree. When I want to see you, you're by my side. When I don't want to see you, I won't see you. I'm not afraid that you'll hold a grudge." She was no longer the girl who was once called Yu Xuanji. She pressed her cheek against the cool table and reached out to stroke her pet's furry head. She said to herself, "Do you want to leave me and live alone?" Since Wu Meinyang was destined to be unable to speak, she answered her own question. "Even if I wanted to at first, I wouldn't think about it after I got used to it, right? I know it's not right, but I can't leave or escape, right? You're just a flower vase, and the kind that's not very good looking. What's there to be dissatisfied about being able to live? You can't compare to the maids in the yard, you can't compare to those heroines who roam Jianghu alone, you can't compare to a child who dares to hate with a dagger. You can't compare to anyone. You've even forgotten your parents and even your name. Who can you compare to? Who's worth talking to when you're like this? You'll grow old eventually." Outside, His Royal Highness leaned against the door in silence. Chapter 194. Tao can't be Tao, Zen can't participate, life is as lonely as an avalanche. Master, you're sad again. Stupid Nanbei, when you have a wife one day, you'll be like this too. Sigh, it must be that Master's wife went down the mountain to buy rouge again. Master, why do you keep sharpening the kitchen knife these days? It's sharpened so that it can cut people. What? Master, don't take it too hard. We're already monks. If we take it too hard, what should we do with those Buddhist believers who go up the mountain to burn incense? Although Master's wife and things always like to spend money. It has nothing to do with your Master's wife. Oh, that's good. Then which abbot is not pleasing to the eye? I think Abbot Huiguang is quite easy to beat, but it's not good to use a knife. Master, let's follow the old rules. It won't hurt the harmony. Ah. Not Abbot Huiguang. It's for that kid surnamed Sue. Ah. Why? Su Fingnian is quite a good person. This bastard dares to snatch my daughter. If I don't chop him, who should I chop? Master, disciple wants to recite scriptures. What are you afraid of? With your little ability, I've let you snatch things for so many years, but I haven't seen you snatch them away. Besides, if I chop you, who will do the laundry and cook? Nanbei, Dongbei, and Dongbei talk about that kid every day. Don't you have any opinions? No. Taking in such a stupid disciple like you, it's really Buddha's fault. Aren't you afraid that things will run away with him? Don't cry to Master then. Hey, it's definitely Master who cries harder. Master, if one day I really become a Buddha and burn a Saraira, will this thing be sad? Nanbei, go and cook first. We'll think about this problem after we're full, okay? Oh. Master, why are you always the first to admit your mistakes when you quarrel with Master's wife? It doesn't matter if some things are right and some things are wrong. Do you understand? I don't really understand. For example, you're right about liking things, so, Master, don't say any more, I understand. And how come your perception is even better than Master's now? Ha, so this is the Zen that your disciple cultivates. North and south, haven't you seen a girl prettier than things since you left the mountain? Remember, monks don't lie. No. Not bad. Master, why did you mention the wine gourd? If you answer yes, you'll know why. Master, other than that thing and mistress, who else are you afraid of? The abbot of our temple has lived for more than 150 years. Master is afraid that he won't give us the copper coins. Outside the temple. That's all. Master, monks don't lie. Allow Master to think about it. Oh, there really is one. Back then, he fought with your master's wife over your master. They quarreled with each other. Fortunately, Master's fists were stronger than his. I believe that in the entire world, that old hooligan would only dare not come to our temple. Old hooligan. Wait a minute, what do you mean by snatching Master from Master's wife? Let bygones be bygones. Everyone in Xiangfan City knew that the most seductive woman in Qingzhou lived in Xianghua Alley. She was clearly a prostitute who had fallen into the secular world, but no one dared to treat her as a prostitute. Her name was Li Baishe. Her real name was Li Xiaoru. Her ancestors were from a third-class official family in Dongyue. Although the country was not destroyed, her father's generation was not good at management. After his death, he left a mess for his young children. Li Baishe followed her wet nurse to Shiling Lake in Guangling to make a living by selling her ancestral property. She lived in a small building in the pine forest and enjoyed the scenery. She grew up into a beautiful girl with an extraordinarily exquisite figure. Every time she went out, there would always be many handsome young men following her. Later, in order to avoid being forcibly abducted by a fierce general under Lord Guangling's command, she wandered thousands of miles to Xiangfan City in Qingzhou. She first became a Taoist nun, then entered Xianghua Alley. With her proficiency in music, singing, and observing people's expressions, she quickly became a famous prostitute in the 3 provinces. She was especially good at singing and dancing in her hometown, Shiling. She was known as the most beautiful woman in the world. This time, she was the only woman who was listed as a prostitute in the Rouge Review. The title of the most beautiful woman in the world was also affirmed. This made all the men in Xiangfan City who had visited brothels feel very satisfied. After all, the Rouge Review was more convincing than the 4 top 10 courtesans. However, it was said that Li Baishe was not in a good mood recently because all the Taoist priests in Xiangfan City seemed to have left the city overnight. It seemed that the Taoist ancestral court, Mount Longhu, had made a bet with the Buddhist sect before the grand heavenly ritual. Now it seemed that Mount Longhu had lost. Mount Longhu had the 4 great celestial masters in charge. How could they lose? For a time, rumors spread in the streets. People had different opinions. Some said that they saw a female bodhisattva dressed in a snow-white monk's robe that led thousands of ghosts out of the city that night. Some said that Mount Longhu did not lose. It was just that the Taoist priests had to go to Mount Longhu to receive merit after 10 years of transcendence from the demons. For some reason, when people talked about the white-robed monk, they talked about the white-clothed imperial advisor of the past. He was a living bodhisattva who made hundreds of thousands of people in the capital kneel to him. Then there was the rumor that the crown prince of Bailiang had entered the city. These days, the people of Xiangfan City had endless topics to talk about. Business in the taverns and tea-houses was unusually good. All of Xiangfan City knew about the Jade White Lion, Li Shuangjia. They also knew that she had a young blind man who never showed up when he played the zither. Early in the morning, the blind chess player who had moved into the Jing and Palace yesterday arrived at the Jade White Lion Pavilion in the middle of Xianghua Alley. Unlike the past where he carried the zither in the night, he was empty-handed this time. The little servant who was in charge of the back door of the brothel woke up sleepily and squatted on the stone steps at the entrance. When Li Huakui's Guqin master arrived, he immediately jumped up and put on a smiling face. His smiling face was filled with more sincerity than usual when he was welcoming guests. Young Master Lu played the Guqin in the White Jade Lion Pavilion, and the hundreds of people in the pavilion knew that he had an exceptionally good temper, extremely high character, and extremely elegant temperament. He was able to converse with anyone in a cultured and refined manner. Some of the real gold and silver that he received as a reward would always be given away by young Master Lu before they left the pavilion, leaving only a few copper coins for himself. Therefore, the little doorkeeper who had spat on this blind Guqin master in the past always boasted that he and young Master Lu had become friends after exchanging blows. He was even more attentive to the blind Guqin master, who did not bring along his Guqin today. The little servant said happily, "Young Master Lu, I've remembered the name I asked you to teach me last time." Lu Su smiled slightly. The young servant with a delicate face said kindly, "The fairy sisters in the Red Fish Pavilion all like to wake up late. Young Master Lu, you'll have to be patient and wait for a while when you get there." Chapter 195. Lu Su, who was blind but knew the way, nodded and said, "I know. I'll go alone and won't trouble Brother Song." The servant nodded with a smile and went back the way he came. When the blind zither player arrived in front of the Red Fish restaurant, he encountered many female servants and maids who had woken up early in the morning to do their chores. The orioles and swallows happily called out to young Master Lu a few times before they stopped. Those who were more daring than the other ladies in the restaurant even teased Lu Su a few times, purposely asking this young master for advice on the meaning of a pear tree suppressing begonia or a palm print seen in front of Mount Huaiwe. The blind zither player had no choice but to beg for mercy, provoking even more coquettish laughter. This young Master Lu, who spoke in a refined manner and had a gentle temperament, was initially very inconspicuous in the White Jade Lion restaurant where the sons of the rich and powerful were more common than cabbages. If not for Master Li Shuangjia's high opinion of him, who would even spare a glance at him. In the second year after entering the restaurant, he was playing the zither when he bumped into a famous rich and powerful man in the city who was forcing himself on a young girl. Although the Jade White Lion restaurant had more rules than the average brothel, the people did not fight with the officials. It was only a young girl, so there was no need to fall out with the local tyrant. The man, whose ancestors were the leaders of the Qingzhou army for several generations, forced himself on the young girl in the corridor and wanted to kill her. The blind zither player did not care about his own safety and rushed forward with his family's zither. He did not hit the evil man but was stepped on by the guards instead. It was a farce until Li Baishe personally intervened and saved the blind zither player's life. Many people in the White Jade Lion Tower still remembered Lu Su, who was covered in blood, sitting in the corridor with the pitiful dead girl in his arms. He took off his shabby clothes and gently covered the disheveled corpse. Today, the Red Fish restaurant somehow knew that Lu Su was coming. Li Shuangjia's personal maid, Chi Fu, was already standing at the door to welcome him. Seeing the blind zither player, she smiled gently and said, "Young Master Lu, Miss is already waiting." Lu Su shook his head and said, "Today, I just want to tell the Red Fish restaurant that I won't be playing the guqin in the future. Miss Li lent me the ancient guqin to paint a dragon. I want to pay back some of the money I earn every month. Miss praying, I won't enter the restaurant and disturb Miss Li, the beautiful maidservant, whose status in the White Jade Lion Pavilion was even higher than some of the red plaques," sighed regretfully. She bowed slightly to the blind zither player, and then turned to walk into the courtyard. By the window on the second floor stood a beautiful woman. Chifu was already considered a rare beauty in Xiangfan, but compared to the woman upstairs, she lost all her color. What was even more inconceivable was that behind the world's most famous courtesan, the Taoist nun Li Shuangjia, was an old man sitting on a yellow pearwood chair with his head lowered. He was tuning an arrow. Li Shuangjia waited until Lu Su's figure disappeared before he turned around and asked submissively, "Old ancestor, do you really not need the lion slave to go to the reeds outside the city to meet the Prince of Bailiang?" The old era man with grizzled temples just closed his eyes and listened to the music. Logically speaking, Li Baisher was one of the top 10 courtesans in the brothel before the Rouge Review. She had built up a deep relationship with the aristocrats for more than 10 years, and she was almost married to the leader of the Shilin party, Lu Zhonghui. In these years, she had met many poor scholars who were not recognized by their talents, and they were all generous with their money. Some of them were even nobles in the imperial court. It was because of this that Li Baisher's reputation as Jiangnan's double champion came to be. Now that she was on the Rouge Review, she was fully deserving of being the head of the brothel. No one had ever heard of Li Shuangjia being intimate with anyone, and it could even be said that she was still a virgin. How could she let an old man stay in her room? Could it be that Li Baisher was into this? That was a bit too hardcore. Wouldn't the world be shocked if word got out? The old era man who was respectfully called Old Ancestor by Li Shuangjia opened his eyes, but he still didn't speak. Knowing that Old Ancestor didn't like him to talk about this topic, Li Baisher changed the question, "Old Ancestor, why do you value a poor boy with a wooden sword so much?" The old man raised his head and glanced at the beautiful woman standing in front of the window, but his eyes didn't carry any emotion, and his tone was even colder. This old man plays chess. When he starts, he knows how to end. You're just a flower vase that's pleasing to the eye but not to the heart, so why are you talking nonsense? The Rouge woman, Li Shuangjia, who had been humiliated to the extreme, didn't have any anger. She became more respectful and subconsciously bent her slender waist. As a result, her chest swelled up so much that it almost burst her clothes. Her body was petite and exquisite, and the scenery on her chest was aggressive. Rumor had it that she had a pair of white lotus jade feet. She had learned Taoist bedroom techniques and tantric mandapa, and could make all kinds of mysterious postures on the bed. Therefore, there was a charming saying of a white jade lion rolling an embroidered ball. This old man bent his finger and plucked a string, saying, Lu Su's chess skills were taught by this old man. This time, he came to the Red Fish restaurant to see if this boy would become arrogant once he achieved success. Fortunately, teaching him chess was not in vain. He knew how to leave some loopholes and still kept the guqin you gave him. Originally, this old man's temperament when he first met him was that he wasn't willing to accept other people's kindness and not return it if he could. Whether or not he can set off a storm will depend on his own luck. The most wonderful thing about a chess piece is that even a brilliant chess player doesn't think that it can become the key to victory or defeat. Li Shuangjia lowered her head and said, Old Ancestor's chess skills are naturally the best in the world. The whole world is Old Ancestor's chessboard. The old man turned a deaf ear and said, That boy Bailiang left the city today, so there's nothing for you to do in Xiangfan. Go to the capital. Li Baisher nodded without hesitation and said, Lion slave only listens to Old Ancestor. The old man silently left the Red Fish restaurant. He was going to a private residence in the northeast corner of Xiangfan. Inside, there was a puppet girl that he had personally trained. She was 60% similar to the Princess Pei Nanwei, and 70% similar in spirit. Now, the king of Jing'an, Shizi Zhaoheng, was keeping her as a mistress in a golden house. Every time he went out to pamper her, he would be secretive, afraid that his father king would find out. Zhao Sun thought that his itinerary was flawless, but he didn't know that every time he pampered and trained the girl that he affectionately called Nanwei, there was an old man standing behind the hole in the wall who looked at the two of them as if they were walking corpses. Zhao Sun's personality was cautious. He had already sent people to investigate the girl's past and background. There was nothing strange about it. Therefore, that private residence was the greatest place for him to enjoy himself in the world. The little beauty was too similar to the girl in the manner that he had to call mother every time he saw her. Every frown, every smile, and even the way she frowned were not far off. Every time he was scolded by his father king in the manor, or after he ran into Wang Fei in the garden, he would come to the private residence to vent. He was extremely affectionate until he was exhausted. After the spring and autumn war ended, it was a brand new game of chess. The old man had already quietly placed 12 pieces. Most of them were still in the process of putting down pieces, but some were about to start. After going to the private residence, the old man immediately left the city and headed for the reed marsh outside Xiangfan, which had the best scenery. Chapter 196. The king of Jing'an and his royal highness, Zhao Sun, had personally escorted them to the Xiangfan city gate. He had gone up the fishing platform and watched them leave. Only then did he take a retainer and make a detour to the private residence where the beauty was hidden. Other than the canary, there was only one servant girl and 2 old nannies. There was no one else idle, not even half a man. Zhao Sun pushed open the door and entered. He immediately felt relaxed and happy. This place was far from the grandeur of the Jing'an palace. It was only a courtyard with 2 entrances, but in the eyes of the heir apparent, it was a paradise on earth that he had found with great difficulty. That strictly ordered prince's manor, that Buddhist hall where Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was worshipped, every flower, every blade of grass, every brick, every tile, exuded a gloomy aura that the older he grew, the more unbearable it was. It was suffocating. The man closest to him was so scheming that even his son, Zhao Sun, did not dare to guess. Zhao Sun resented this man for not ruthlessly killing him back then, sitting on the dragon throne and wearing the dragon robe. He was even more afraid of this man's silent back when he ate vegetarian and chanted Buddhist prayer beads. But what worried His Royal Highness the most was why this man had married her. He did not know how to cherish her after marrying her. The husband and wife actually treated each other with respect as cold as ice. When there was something going on, they treated each other like soldiers. It was truly a great irony. Zhao Sun took a deep breath of the unique fresh air of the small courtyard. This place was filled with orchids. These flowers were her favorite. This noble Wang Fei was inferior to the prostitutes in Xianghua Alley. In a year, she only had 2 opportunities to leave the city. Both times, she went to look at the reeds. In spring, she would look at the green shoots of the reeds. In autumn, she would look at the old reeds as the wind blew like snow. Pei Nanwei, Pei Nanwei. Just because her name had the word reed in it, she liked to look at the most boring, tedious, and weak reeds. The woman that His Royal Highness raised like a kitten or puppy in the courtyard had been stripped of her name from the first day she came in. Zhao Sun naturally liked her mutton fat, jade-like body. When he held her in his arms, she had the charm of being warm in winter and cool in summer. But what truly made him crazy was her attitude. When Zhao Sun saw her and respectfully said that Shang'er had come to greet him, she just snorted coldly and haughtily, and Zhao Sun's bones immediately lightened. They were too similar. Zhao Sun gave a sinister smile and scolded, "You whore, Pei Nanwei. Who asked you to pretend to be virtuous in front of me? Then, without another word, he rushed up and tore apart her clothes that were exactly the same as Pei Nanwei's. He carried her to the large bed in the inner residence and fiercely whipped her. After making love, Zhao Sun returned to normal. He lay on the bed with his eyes closed and enjoyed the fake Wang Fei's kneading of his shoulders. He said regretfully, "Your skin and figure are still a bit lacking. Normally, your voice is almost authentic. But once you're in bed, it's still a fly in the ointment. Be more careful next time. If you're still exposed like this the next time." The woman sitting on the bed used a nasal voice to make a sound of acknowledgement. Zhao Sun raised his head and glanced at her. He grabbed her silky hair and pressed her head under his crotch. He said darkly and violently, "Good way, I've missed your little mouth so much that I've gone crazy." Two bodies entwined in pleasure. Zhao Sun put on an outer robe and lay on the sandalwood floor under the eaves of the room. He quietly looked at a string of wind chimes that didn't move even though there was no wind. At this time, the king of Jing and Shizi was really like a gentle and kind young master. He was aloof from worldly affairs, harmless, and had a scholarly temperament. The fake Wang Fei knelt beside Zhao Sun and accompanied this madman to look at the wind chimes. In reality, when Zhao Sun was quiet and silent, he was a very amiable young man. She saw that he was in a daze and then had the chance to look at the handsome face that was said to be 90% similar to the king of Jing'an's. Zhao Sun stared at the elegant wind chimes that were made from a string of broken jade pieces. He laughed softly and said, "Is it beautiful? She will never look at me like this in this lifetime. She doesn't even look at my father, much less me, a Shizi who doesn't even have a hereditary title." The king of Jing closed his eyes in his royal highness and murmured, "I really envy those commoners." Zhao Sun left. Before he left, he slapped her across the face. The reason was that she had peeked at him under the eaves. The fake Wang Fei, whose cheeks were red and swollen, carefully lay down where the Shizi had been. She didn't hold a trace of hatred. She just looked up at the wind chimes like him. The sound of the wind chimes was ethereal and pleasing to the ear. She suddenly sat up and looked at an old man who was sitting on the railing. She was filled with respect from the bottom of her heart. She had been shocked by the king of Jing and Shizi. When she first entered the small courtyard, she had been whipped many times. If she did anything wrong, she would be slapped across the face. When she went to bed, she was humiliated in all sorts of ways. However, she wasn't afraid of any of this. Sometimes, when she hugged His Royal Highness and listened to him sob in the dead of night, she would feel a kind of sadness. Only the old man in front of her, who had never been rough, made her fear him to the bone. The old man, who had been elusive all these years, asked softly, "Have you fallen in love with this pitiful creature born in a noble family?" The fake Wang Fei crawled on the ground, her delicate body trembling. The old man smiled faintly and said, "No matter. That Zhao Sun isn't an idiot. If you don't give him some sincerity, he will get tired of you sooner or later." Kneeling on the ground, she was finally able to breathe. She raised her head and looked with puzzlement at the old man who was half immortal and half demon to her. She said that he was an immortal, that he calculated everything. Almost every step of Zhao Sun's was within the old man's expectations. But the more it was like this, the more she felt terrified. She had originally imitated Princess Pei better, but the old man didn't allow it. He only told her to act more skillfully each time. Thinking about it now, she finally understood that if she had acted perfectly from the beginning, the king of Jing and Shizi wouldn't have been willing to come here so often. Was the old man's skill at manipulating people's hearts to the point of perfection? What kind of person would scheme so hard against a vassal king? The old man looked at the string of broken jade wind chimes. He had asked the fake Wang Fei to hang them. Sure enough, Zhao Sun liked them very much. He liked them beyond imagination. The old man chuckled softly and said, up, down, left, right, I am hollow. No matter east, west, north, south, or east, they all say the same. Ding ding dong ding dong. The fake Wang Fei didn't dare to speak. The old man stood up and smiled. Whether you and that poor fool's luck is good or bad depends on today. It's a pity you can't see it. The old man left with his hands behind his back. Before he left, he indifferently left behind a prophecy. In the future, when you see the furious king of Jing'an, just try your best to put in a good word for Zhao Sun. Maybe it will save your life. The fake Wang Fei was stupefied. The wind blew again, and the wind chimes rang again. Ding ding dong dong ding 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 dong. There was no longer any otherworldly feeling, only a murderous aura. Mount Wudong was lively because a bastard had come. This bastard came from Mount Longhu and was tolerated. But he actually fought with the young martial granduncle who was expected to be the leader. How was it? Were you beaten? Chapter 197. The reed marsh outside Xiangfan City originally did not have the beautiful autumn scenery, but ever since Princess Consort Jin Gan fell in love with it, the people of Xiangfan who would come every autumn to chop the reeds for firewood or to make paper pulp automatically disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, Princess Consort Pei had a bodhisattva's heart. Every year, she would subsidize the nearby villagers with some silver taels. In addition, with her presence, the scholars in the city commented on the scenic spots of the reed marsh, such as the fragrance of the reeds and the green lake. The memorial archway of the Sky Wave Gate was written by a calligraphy expert 2 years ago. As time went on, he took advantage of the opportunity to let the rich wanderers enjoy the scenery and earned a considerable amount of silver. However, Princess Pei usually only went for a stroll in the spring or autumn to see the snow. This year, she clearly came a little earlier. She always left the city with a very small fanfare. Other than her 2 personal maids, there was only a small group of lightly armored guards. King of Jing and Zhao Heng had governed Xiangfan effectively these years. He loved the people like his own children and had a good reputation. In addition, he was known far and wide that this vassal king was a devout believer of Buddhism. Therefore, when Wang Fei left the city, she had never encountered any trouble. From the official road to a small road, there was a lush reed marshes. In the past few years, Wang Fei had always admired the scenery. After she got off the carriage, she would let the guards follow her from a distance. The guards did not dare to disturb Wang Fei's mood. In addition, the reeds were taller than a person. At least, Wang Fei did not get off the carriage. But this time, it was strange. Not only did she come early, Wang Fei still did not get off the carriage when she reached the fork in the road. Inside the carriage, Princess Pei, who did everything personally in the Fu, personally lit a small incense burner. She sat in a kneeling position, her buttocks on her legs, imperceptibly squeezing out a full curve. The 2 servant girls in the carriage, even though they were both women, were moved when they saw this scene. Wang Fei especially had a head of unusually soft and beautiful black hair. When the servant girls combed it, they gently held it in their hands and couldn't help but praise it. Wang Fei, who had a gentle personality, would look at herself in the bronze mirror and smile gently. When the servant girls occasionally washed Wang Fei's white lotus jade feet after she was tired from studying, their hearts would beat faster and they would sigh that Wang Fei was really too beautiful. Princess Pei held a letter in her hand. Before she left the Fu, King of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, had given it to her. He said that it was best to personally hand it to the Bailiang Shitzi at the reed marshes. Otherwise, she would not have come to the reed marshes so early. Princess Pei held the letter that had not been carefully sealed, as if she was hesitating whether or not she should take out the letter. When it came to King of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, there was no one in the world who understood him better than she did. He did not say anything, and he did nothing. He left things for others to guess. His Royal Highness, Zhao Sun's eccentric personality had been forced out by his father. As for Zhao Sun's unconventional and covert gaze, how could Princess Pei, who was no longer an ignorant young girl, not know about it? That child most likely hated her a little more. Although when he entered Princess Jing'an's service, Zhao Sun's birth mother, at the time, had died of an illness for unknown reasons. This debt, no matter how clear Pei Nanwei's conscience was, would be on her head. Therefore, all these years, when faced with Zhao Sun's unconventional and complicated gaze, she had never exposed him, never reprimanded him, and never said anything in front of the king of Jing, and Zhao Heng placed great importance on maintaining his health. When the king of Jing'an died, Zhao Sun would inherit the title of Marquis of Jing'an. No matter what, it would still be 20 years later. Presumably, at that time, Zhao Sun, who had been demoted to Marquis of Jing, and by law, would not have any thoughts about her old and faded self. Other than the secret letter in Pei Nanwei's hand, there was also a sandalwood box with prayer beads by her leg. She liked the carvings on the sandalwood box very much. The box had never been opened because she knew that the more she cared about something, the more Zhao Heng hated it. Also, this sandalwood box had been given to her as a thorn in Zhao Heng's side. She was afraid that if she opened it and he found out, the prayer beads and the sandalwood box would both be gone. Princess Pei said in a gentle voice, "Go down and see if Bai Liang and His Royal Highness are near." The two servant girls, who had to report to the king of Jing and what Wang Fei ate 3 meals a day, withdrew and slowly lifted their skirts to get off the carriage. Princess Pei took out the secret letter with 2 fingers. It was the king of Jing'an's personal handwriting, sending nephew 1,000 li. Princess Pei furrowed her brow and muttered, "The meaning is that even if you send him 1,000 li, he still has to part in the end. He's not going to personally send him off." Princess Pei shook her head as though she felt that she didn't understand the meaning of these words. After Zhao Heng had failed to seize power in the palace, he didn't have a high opinion of the top nobility in the court and was even ridiculed by Su Shao and the other powerful vassals. But she knew that this was a man with great ambition. If he didn't hate the humiliation he had suffered in the past, if he didn't want to return to that city and that palace, then this vassal king who was as ambitious as the reeds outside the window, when Shizhi Zhao Sun was beaten, he had to personally come and ask for forgiveness. This was already a great endurance. It was really a broken jar. Once again, he lowered himself to express his feelings of parting with a junior. Pei Nanwei couldn't help but think of the words he had said with a smile as he stood at the top of the steps when they left the Fu. This king has a clear conscience. We are fated to be husband and wife, and I have already prayed for you 1,000,000 times. Chapter 198. Pei Nanwei put the secret letter back into the envelope and lowered her head to look at the sandalwood box. She pulled aside the curtain and saw that the servant girls were still waiting on the road. She unconsciously reached out to touch the sandalwood box, but as soon as she touched it, she suddenly retracted her hand as if she had been scalded. This Wang Fei was vexed, and in a fit of pique, she fiercely grabbed the sandalwood box and threw it against the inner wall of the carriage. The sandalwood box fell to the ground and a string of simple prayer beads rolled out. Pei Nanwei did not believe in Buddhism, nor did she believe in Elder Huang's teachings. It was just that she was born in a noble family and had seen and learned a lot in Jing'an Palace. She was satisfied with this string of Poluo beads that had the reputation of Crown Prince in the Central Plains. It was love at first sight. Women were fickle. She had just thrown away the sandalwood box, and now she picked up the prayer beads with pity in her eyes. Leaning against the wall of the carriage, she held a round ivory crown prince. Pei Nanwei raised her head and looked at it in a daze. In the eyes of the common people, as the princess consort, Qingzhou was hers, Xiangfan was hers, and the reeds outside the window were hers. They all said it was hers, but what was the truth? Just like how the common people would never know about the intrigue in the imperial palace, all of this was not hers. Pei Nanwei thought of her carefree childhood. She thought of the grandeur when she first entered the Wangfu. She thought of the cold face of the first Wang Fei. She thought of the gloominess that Xiao Sun had learned from Zhao Heng. She thought of the absurdity when she left the inn by Shouyang Lake. When she heard the rumbling of horse hooves, she finally thought of the secret letter. She remembered the parting words of the king of Jing'an, who had helped her grow old together, like an elegiac couplet. Pei Nanwei was frightened and threw away the prayer beads. Her face was like a patch of bleak snow-white reeds in autumn. How was this sending her 1,000 li? It was clearly sending her to the Yellow Springs. A young man was lying on the railing at the top of the memorial archway for Tian Bo Kai Jing. The breeze stirred up the reeds and gently blew the hair on his temples. He was in a very leisurely mood. He believed himself to be a very optimistic young man, never complaining about the heavens or blaming others. When he was young, he was alone with his mother and suffered from all the supercilious looks. When she died of illness and became as thin as a ghost, he was only 9 years old. Before his mother died, she said a lot of things that he didn't understand at the time. The general meaning was that she didn't regret giving birth to him, and didn't hate the father he had never met. Later, he personally dug a grave and buried his mother. Although he was young, he understood that she hoped to see that person for the last time, even if it was just a glance, but she didn't. When he was thinking about how to not starve to death, a tall and sturdy man with a sharp voice appeared. His voice was the complete opposite of his figure. He was dressed in luxurious clothes that he had never seen before. He looked extremely beautiful, but he always gave people the feeling that he was wearing a luxurious human skin. At such a young age, he already felt like he had seen a man-eating demon. However, the man only held his hand and said that he would take him home. Home. His mother was gone. Where was home? Then he was taken to a city with very high walls. Through the curtain of the carriage, he was dumbfounded. After getting off the carriage, the guy who didn't speak to him led him through countless city gates. Finally, they arrived at a lake. On the lakeside, there stood a man who looked very much like him. He was golden in color and had snakes crawling all over his body. Later, he finally knew that it was not a snake, but a dragon. The man who didn't say anything and didn't show any expression after meeting him was wearing a dragon robe. After that, he had 2 cheap masters. In addition to the man who took him home, the other was an old monk who didn't like to smile. The former had a very good temper. When he saw the man covered in ferocious yellow snakes at the lakeside, he was scared to tears. When the man who would become his great master in the future led him back, he squatted down and whispered to him not to be afraid. After she grew up, she remembered that no matter how mischievous her great master Han was, he would only smile at her. It was as if he could do nothing but smile. In that vast and boundless family, everyone would be scared to death when they saw him. During the Mid-Autumn Festival when he was 12 years old, he secretly went to the Hall of Martial Heroes to admire the moon. He was caught and almost beheaded. It was his great master who knelt in front of the man and begged for mercy. Only then did he know that his great master not only knew how to smile, but he also knew how to kneel in front of people. After that, no one stopped him from going to the Hall of Martial Heroes. He could go anywhere he wanted. Second Master's temper was much worse. He always had countless feather dusters. He talked to him about Buddhism and said that he would be beaten if he lost. He clearly said that he would be beaten if he won. However, there was one time when he touched Second Master's bald head while he was in a daze. Second Master didn't get angry. In fact, before he turned 20, the truth had already been revealed. However, he didn't want to fight over this and that. Besides, even if he fought, he might not be able to win. So what if his biological father was that person? He was tired of staying in that family where everyone was outwardly united but inwardly divided. In addition, he didn't like that naughty girl Sui Zhu. They fought and scolded each other every 2 to 3 days. So, he simply went to Shangyin Academy to enjoy himself. Among the women in the world, he only liked those who were ugly but very attractive. His mother was like that. Even though she was terminally ill and didn't look good, her eyes still made him feel the most intimate. Finally, he had a chance to see the girl with a bad temper. He climbed over the wall and entered the small building. As expected, he was stabbed by a sword. Later, he had no choice but to agree to 10 rounds on the lake. If he lost, he lost. Who said that men must win over women? He was very happy to serve his wife for the rest of his life. He wanted her to be comfortable and happy for the rest of her life, without the slightest ripple. Unfortunately, every time he secretly went to her place to feed the chickens and ducks, he couldn't escape being chased away by the sword. He didn't care. After all, she was his wife. Wasn't it natural for her to be petty and throw a tantrum with her husband? At the feet of this optimistic young man stood 4 talisman generals in red armor. The water armor had already been broken by an old god of swords who had returned to Jianghu. Although his heart ached, he endured it because the old god of swords was working hard for his brother-in-law. He didn't even mind leaving a water armor talisman armor behind. Since he had more or less done his duty, it was time to get down to business. The main reason he sneaked out of the academy this time was to deliver a message to the king of Jing'an, Zhaoheng. The meaning was that the inheritance had nothing to do with Zhaoheng. However, as long as he was willing to help, the Bailiang's share would be given to him. The king of Jing'an was a very smart man. In the past, he didn't have enough courage. This time, he learned to be smart. Once he made a move, he made a big move. The young man sat up and hung his feet on the archway. He looked over and finally saw the dust on the official road. He smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, don't blame your future brother-in-law for not being loyal. You must know that the feng shui of this place is excellent." Chapter 199. A green-robed traveler came from the southwest, carrying a thin bamboo pole on his shoulder. After a while, he took down the pole to stir the reeds. He was reciting a folk song, "I'm here to patrol the mountains on behalf of the king, and, if I see a girl, I'll go to the stockade together." He repeated the song a few times and even jumped a few times. He did not see the scene he wanted to see and was bored to death. He picked up the pole again and asked without turning his head, "Do you think I can block Li Chuangong's sword on the river?" There was no reply. He was not discouraged and continued to say, "At that time, I thought the old god of swords had broken and then stood up again, stepping into the realm of earth immortal in one fell swoop. Only after I left the martial arts evaluation did I realize that it was just a coincidence of the right time, place, and people. It was nothing special. When you and I came out of the sword tomb, my sword and yours both touched the threshold of sword immortal. What do you think are our chances of winning against the old senior this time?" There was still no sound behind the green-robed traveler who did not have a sword and only had a bamboo pole. Or rather, there was only the endless sound of the wind blowing the reeds. It was this thin green-robed traveler who flipped the big boat at the gate of hell with his pole. He came and went in a carefree manner with a small boat under his feet. In the well-informed Wulian world, he had been talked about enthusiastically. The old god of swords had just returned and the new sword crown of the Wu family had come to challenge him. No matter how one looked at it, it was very amusing. Recently, he had earned countless pounds of saliva from the people of Jianghu. However, the low-level Jianghu heroes and heroes of the forest were only shocked by this swordsman's invincibility all the way to the south. Some people were already inquiring about who was qualified to be Wu Liuding's sword attendant. However, the sword tomb of the Wu family was a strange place that did not leak anything. They could only vaguely know that the sword attendant of this generation's sword crown Wu Liuding was even more outstanding than the previous generation. To become a sword attendant of the sword tomb, it was needless to say that he was loyal and devoted to the sword master. He was destined to never serve another master. All the sword attendants were chosen by the older generation of swordsmen to be the direct descendants of the Wu family. They grew up together, learned the sword, and picked the sword together. Every generation of the sword tomb had dozens of pairs of sword masters and sword attendants. Only by becoming a sword-crowned swordsman could they represent the sword tomb of the Wu family. The new sword-crowned strength was unquestionable. The sword attendants who were naturally shrouded in a tragic aura were even more curious. In addition, in this tomb where countless sword geniuses were buried, there was a tradition that the sword attendants were stronger than the sword master. Who knew what kind of tyrannical sword technique Wu Liuding's mysterious sword attendant practiced? Thus, those hidden powers who did not like the sword tomb and thought that they were the only family in the world had to think carefully before they could guarantee that nothing would go wrong. They did not dare to rashly seize the edge of the sword tomb. The sword master practiced the sword of the king, and the sword attendants practiced the tyrannical sword technique. This was a written rule engraved on the sword steel of the sword tomb's ancestors. In terms of killing with the sword, there was no swordsman more powerful than the sword attendants of the Wu family. The green-robed Wu Liuding sighed with emotion. The two of us are a perfect match. When I was young, I was unwilling to follow my grandfather to learn the art of outer king and inner sage. I always felt that with the old ancestor's talent, he only obtained the title of Su of Gojosian, and was unable to become the king of my family's swordsmanship. Then why would I learn the sword of the king? I would rather practice the tyrannical sword technique of entering the world with my aunt. As for you, by chance, you were bestowed with the sword of the king when you were young. Even my grandfather's sword, Su of Gojosian, was retrieved for me from the sword mountain. I entered the world to practice the sword technique of entering the world, but your sword technique of entering the world had to accompany me into the world. I've wronged you. The king of Jing'an said that my aunt's great Liang dragon sparrow is in the hands of that person. I don't care about the schemes of the imperial court, but that sword, no matter what, I will retrieve it for you. Finally, a slender figure appeared behind Wu Liuding. She carried a long sword on her back that was filled with awe-inspiring sword chi even without being unsheathed. She was dressed like Wu Liuding in a scholar's green robe. Her appearance was ordinary, but she was particularly angular. Between her eyebrows, there was a murderous spirit. The ancient sword, Su of Gojosian, was the second most famous sword in the world. It suppressed the 160,000 swords buried in the sword tomb. The woman with the sword on her back, who should not be blind, kept her eyes closed as she walked. A cool breeze brushed past her face, blowing her hair that was roughly tied into a ponytail with a red string. Wu Liuding, who was carrying a bamboo pole, turned around and smiled mischievously. Cui Hua, why do I like you even though I know that you're not good-looking? The young woman with the sword on her back and her eyes closed answered seriously. It's probably because you like to eat the pickled cabbage I make. You like me because you're afraid that there won't be any pickled cabbage to eat. She was famous for not being good with words in the Wu family's sword tomb since she was young. Other than practicing the sword, she practiced the sword again and again. Apart from that, her only interest was making pickled cabbage. Wu Liuding had been craving this since he was young. Unfortunately, this craving lasted for so many years. She was born poor. Before she was brought into the Wu family's sword tomb, she was the daughter of a village barbarian. Probably because her memories of the past were limited to the taste of pickled cabbage, she tried to make pickled cabbage after entering the sacred ground in the hearts of sword practitioners. As for whether the taste was good or not, there was no comparison, so naturally there was no answer. In any case, they grew up together. To be precise, Wu Liuding, who grew up together with bamboo swords, never got tired of eating pickled cabbage. Her rigid answer might be preposterous in the ears of outsiders, but Wu Liuding listened attentively and seriously pondered this question. Cui Hua's pickled cabbage, was there anything more delicious than this in the world? Moreover, when Cui Hua didn't mention the sword and was seriously making pickled cabbage, she, who didn't look too good, always looked better. Cui Hua, if I die in Li Chuangong's hands today, then from now on, there's no need to offer wine every tomb sweeping day. I don't really like to drink. Just make a big pot of pickled cabbage. Okay. A sword attendant served the sword master, but there was no rule of avenging the sword master. When facing an enemy, they were not allowed to help. There was only the custom of burying the sword and guarding the grave. The Wu family's ancestors set this iron rule in the past, afraid that the younger generation would have something to rely on and delay the pure sword heart that sought the Tao alone. Cui hua, can pickled cabbage only be used for pickled cabbage? I only know how to pickle cabbage. Let's change the taste. We're already in the south. Wu Luding drooled with a face full of anticipation. Shouldn't you be thinking about how to break Li Chuangong's two-sleeved green snake? The head of this generation of sword attendants frowned and asked softly. It really was a bit unreasonable. Not to mention that this was a critical moment before the start of a great battle. Even in normal times, a sword crown of the Wu family and a sword attendant shouldn't be talking about pickled cabbage. In any case, they should talk about some mysterious and profound understanding of the way of the sword, and say something that would make all the swordsmen in the world admire and respect. Thinking that only by living can I eat pickled cabbage, I have more fighting spirit. I also don't have to think about whether or not I feel guilty about using the Su of Gojosian sword. Whether it's Li Chuangong's two-sleeved green snake or Dong Tai's peach blossom branch, whether it's swordsmanship or sword intent, in the end, they all belong to the category of the way of the sword. In the world, there really isn't a place that understands the sword better than the Wu family. Wu Luding laughed softly. His hands rested on the bamboo pole, and he squinted at the end of the reed path. The man from the Zhuang family, with a bundle of golden soft swords wrapped around his waist, and Wu Luding happened to walk from the northeast to the center. This man, whose skin was as dark as a farmer's, had a wooden expression. He slightly lowered his head, and there was a bulge in his bosom, which seemed to be a wooden box. It was this thing that had brought him to Xiangfan City.